All right, we'll call the meeting to order. Tiffany, please take the roll.
Councilman Harjo.
Present.
Councilwoman Merkel.
Present.
Councilman McCarthy.
Present.
Councilman Sanders.
Present.
Mayor Sykes.
Present. Let the record reflect we do have a quorum for Tuesday, June 26th. We're going to run, actually really quick, Councilman Harjo.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to add executive session 742061A at the end of our agenda.
Second.
It's been motioned and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing now, I'll call for the question. Councilman Sanders.
Aye.
Councilman McCarthy.
Aye.
Councilman Workla.
Aye.
Councilman Harjo.
Aye.
Mayor.
Tiffany.
City staff would like to add an emergency item to today's agenda. It's regarding the termination of Civic Plus Community Development Module and instating the Open Gov module for community development.
And the reason, Tiff, is time sensitive.
We have to have the our Open Gov module terminates June 16th. And the date is not merging, but we can discuss that further. And I provided you all an email this afternoon and hoped you can review that as well as the information in front of you this evening.
Tiff, where do you want that placed on the agenda?
New business is fine, I think. So.
Councilman Sanders.
Point of order.
Councilman Sanders.
The agenda item used to come from council members.
Pardon me?
It used to come from council. It's not. Staff doesn't have the ability to add an agenda item. So I want to make a motion to add.
Because the meeting
agenda
is
for tonight.
because the meeting is already began.
Correct.
That's correct.
To add an agenda item on the request from staff for approval to extend the open gov contract and terminate the 6 Plus contract.
Second.
It's been motioned and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing now, I'll call for the question. Councilman Harjo.
Aye.
Councilman Workla.
Aye.
Councilman McCarthy.
Aye.
Councilman Sanders.
Aye.
Okay. All right, we're going to run down to public hearing. The public hearing on the proposed increase to utility tap, deposit fee, connected fee, and late fee. Would anybody like to get up and speak for or against it? Hearing none. Public hearing closed. Run down to recognizing persons in the audience. Would anybody like to get for 3 minutes?
Terry
Terry?
with TVP needs to get up in public comment, please. She's not an agenda item.
Oh,
Sorry, Terry, I just called you right out.
no, you're good.
That's okay. Yeah, thank you. Sorry.
Hey, Terry.
Good evening, Mayor Sykes, members of the City Council. I present a lot of information in March on my review, so I'm going to highlight information tonight. I'd like to focus on, the additional hours that we added and the ridership that pertains to that. So I'll talk a bit about the ridership. We had a total of 7,024 riders for the last fiscal year. 3,487 of those were seniors. 1,181 were persons with disabilities, and an additional 101 utilized wheelchairs. The youth was at 131 and adults at 2,214, and that totaled the 7,024. That was a service for 9 a.m. until 5 p.m., which is 8 hours a day. Originally, back in the mid-2000s, we operated a full-day service, which transported roughly close to 13,000. So right now, at what we're doing, the ridership has doubled in 2 years, and we're really appreciative of that. So we hope that the mayor and the city council see the value to the service, and will carry that forward. I'd like to talk too a bit about the fact that 68% of the ridership is seniors and persons with disabilities. That's critical. This is a vulnerable population that are using the service to get to Desert Sage, to Walmart. There's a variety of services being utilized. So I'd like to talk a little bit about what we bring to the table, which I mentioned before, is we have 2 part-time drivers. We have dispatch out of our Canyon County office, which is for the entire time that the service is utilized. So
I don't think it works, Chris.
So we have the administrative component, which I talked about, as well as our operations, HR and finance, the dispatch, backup drivers. When we had one of our drivers moved, another one recently left, so we had to hire 2 more part-time drivers. So when that happens, we send drivers up from Canyon County. We have our new ride technology coming up, and I'd just like to say that I want to mention too that I'm applying for a grant this September. I've reached out to ITD about marketing and advertising and doing more, and they said that there should be an opportunity coming that I can apply for. So with that, I'm coming up on my very fast 3 minutes, but I thought what I'd like to do too is just hand out my talking points. I just brought them with me. If you wanted to review those while you're making your decision.
I know this is at a weird time because it's 3-minute time. Normally we don't engage, but because we could engage during later, do you mind if I engage right now?
Absolutely. No, I don't mind.
Terry, so remind me, there's no charge to use the transit.
Right, and the reason that it's fare free is the fares were nominal, especially for the group that utilized the service, and the regulations are so extensive for double counting, for auditing purposes, for a lot that I've mentioned that it was actually prohibitive. So the city, and they're not allowed as match. That's the key point. So what the $3,500 that the city contributed toward the fares brought in actually closer to $8,000 in grant funds. It's the grant funds that are truly critical. And with fares not being allowed as match, it means it just comes off the bottom line, but it does not draw in any grant funds. And we're treated the same as the Boise system as far as double counts, auditing, tracking, all of that. It does make it, and bringing people out. You have to have 2 people to pull the fares. You have to have an additional 2 people to count them, as well as then the tracking and the auditing that goes with the ridership and all of that. It's a pretty extensive process.
I understand that. When you explained that earlier to us as a body, I'm going to struggle giving you $52,000. This is just me speaking for myself, but giving you $52,000 of the taxpayer money if there's no fee that's associated with it. You do a very good cause with the seniors and disabled, but you also have 2,214 adults, right, on there that take it for free. So again, I don't want to, I know this is a strong statement, and I've said this before, but I do not want to make Mountain Home a welfare city. People need to pay for what they use. So maybe go back to, again, we're budget season in the next week or 2. So maybe go back and look at what maybe you can do to try to see how we can do accountability for this. I know you said to get grants. You don't get grants if you charge. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay.
Fares are not allowed to draw down any grant funding.
Okay.
And it's crazy in my opinion, but that's.
Then that makes us a welfare state. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm going on my little political path here. So anyway, so let's maybe look at that charging
Okay.
there.
And I would like to make one point too, that anytime there's a shortfall, like right now we're being hit very hard with the cost of fuel. We did not expect it to go up 50%. That was not in the budget. So what TVT has to do to meet all those costs, again, is to cover that shortfall. So in that respect, I'd like to, state that as well. Fuel has gone up considerably, even since I wrote the budget for this year. So that's something that I have to deal with.
I understand.
Yes.
I just want to make
It's a difficult decision.
as clear as possible from my perspective before you leave here, and then something happens at budget session. We're like, why didn't I get my $52,000? Right? Again, I have no idea where the other 3
I understand.
lines are at with that, but that's at least where I stand. I wanted you to know.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right, anything else, council? All right, Terry, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. And so Terry was supposed to be on the presentation, so that's why she got more than 3 minutes, and that's why we're at. So just for clarity, would anybody like to get up and speak really quick?
Yes, sir.
Come on down.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for taking me to speak, Councilman. I am currently a DUI, a drug DUI participant here in Elmore County, and I'm in phase 3, and what I'm having to do now is my community service project to give back to the community. And so I've made my project, Planting Seeds to Read, and what I'd like from you guys as a whole is permission to put a book box at the Doyle Ray Center on Air Base Road. And the reason I chose that location in its entirety is because of the accountability of keeping books in that book box. It's not going to be something that I put up and neglect and we forget about it. And I have a certain kind of books I want to put in there too. I'm going to make a tall one and a short one, and in the tall one I'm going to put in some books that are going to address things that are going on in our communities. And of course one of them being addiction and alcoholics. But I've talked to Alan and Delisha at the Doyle Ray Center, and when I graduate, I'm going to be going to Boise, but I would be willing to come over every 3 months and make sure that there's an adequate amount of books, and in the 2 months that I'm not there, they will keep it filled as well. So I just want to get permission from y'all today, because I want to be on board and in line with the city of Mountain Home. And my name is Sonia. I apologize. I'm not nervous.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate you guys.
Good afternoon. I'm Dara Corvus. I'm here focusing on resolution number 19, 2026 order. Excuse me. As I speak today, I would like to remind you of my email I sent back on May 25th with my examples and suggestions for water conservation. I noticed it was sent to me, this resolution, with pretty minimal information. It came to me just by someone. It didn't come in the mail. Didn't have any education or even proof of possible results to the people who are taking the burden on. I was going to write up a long email, but someone sent this one to me, and she gave me permission to read it for you guys. Addressing the resolution, I understand the urgency in addressing a water shortage, particularly with the aquifers. However, this feels like a solution that is both years overdue and ultimately misdirected. As it stands, the resolution places the burden almost entirely on the taxpaying residents, without offering broader solutions with shared accountability. Excuse me. That is what she struggles with. This issue has been known and discussed for years, yet the responsibility and the response is both restrictive and effectively penalizes residents, while previous decisions have contributed to the very strain that we are in right now. She is not okay with, and neither am I, with only residents being asked to carry the burden when multiple housing and business developments were approved despite knowing concerns around water and wastewater capability and capacity. I'm especially not okay with this resolution when a water park was approved, even those same concerns were being raised. I'm not okay when construction tied to solar farms projects is drawing water from our city park. And lastly, I'm not okay with it when we continue to maintain water-intensive spaces like the golf course and parks and perfectly manicured grass, while asking residents to align with conservative efforts, including transitioning to zero-scapes. These other spaces within the city need to be modified too. As a resident and a taxpayer, I would strongly urge the council to say nay on this resolution in its current form and instead focus on addressing the larger scale contributors to the problem. These need to be considered in a resolution as they also strain the ecostructure. And I feel like it's important to note that we have construction crews grabbing water from the city, and we have companies within the city
who are not paying the same rate as residents. And to quote you, Jenny, from earlier, they should pay for what they use. And the fact that the citizens are being restricted and given alternating days, I would like to see the city also use that. I would like to see the city to implement methods to make sure everyone who's using water is paying for the water. It needs to come back to us. Thank you.
Good evening, Councilman and Mayor Sykes. My name is Sylvia Nixon, and I am addressing the watering issue here in town. First off, I think watering should be every other odd days for odd houses and even addresses for even days with no watering on the 31st. Many people have only weekends off to work in their yards and gardens. By eliminating Sunday watering, you are hurting people who only have weekends to work in their gardens. I do not have a problem with this way of watering. I come from Southern California. As part of this change, I think that the city should take the initiative to teach people the hows and whys of watering at certain times. Many people do not understand the importance of deep watering a couple times a week over daily shallow watering. I have 12 garden beds and fruit trees. At times, I will need to water daily, depending on the weather. I know this has been addressed in the resolution, but how will you monitor this? Is the public going to get fined? I have a friend who is now out of the country for the next month. I do not know how their water cycles. Are you going to fine them if they are an even house and they're supposed to be watering on odd days? We begin asking our community members to conserve water when all entities need to be striving to conserve water. And with all the building, perhaps we need to have a moratorium and stop all the building because we don't have the water to take care of all these homes and businesses. All of our water, including the water supplied to the golf course, comes from the Mountain Home Plateau Aquifer, which is decreasing at a rate of 1 to 3 feet a year. People in town spend much of their time enjoying their yards and gardens, but only 3 to 5% of people in the city golf. So it doesn't make sense for the community to foot the bill for the golf course's water needs. Back in 2025, Mayor Rich Sykes himself said to KTVB News that our golf course, which most municipally run golf courses in Idaho, are designed to be self-sufficient with user fees. In Mountain Home, the revenue falls way short. City general funds fill the gap. Historically, this is between $300,000 and $500,000 a year, and sometimes higher. Why are we not self-sufficient? Raise the green fees. And once again, as Councilwoman Ricala said, pay for what they use. Far more people in the community use the parks and the golf course, and in addition to paying for the parks through our taxes, we cannot just use park facilities at will. We have to rent and pay for them. Public pools also. And I have a question. Why do construction companies get water much cheaper than us? We pay $1.81 for 20,000 gallons and $2.24 over 45,000 gallons. At this price, the two Dodge Brothers bills should be $43.90.48 for 196,000 gallons and $17.40.48 for 77,700 gallons. They only paid $1,218 and $474 respectively. It's egregious that construction companies not only are private entities who use our water, they need to pay for the water they use at the same price we pay.
I just real quick. It's the sound. People are texting me because they cannot hear.
Yeah, we had them
Mike's
today, so those are, I don't know why they're not on. Can they hear us?
We can hear within the room, but they cannot hear here. So, and I think it's kind of important that people get to be heard.
Yes, right here. I'll turn the mic on. It's all yours.
Good.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Now you gotta do all the
No, I gotta do that.
Stay there, here, this one. Yep. I've got people telling me. Yeah, I present for a living, you probably don't need a mic. All right, so members of the council, Mayor Sykes, thank you for the opportunity to address Resolution 19-2026R. My name is John Crossnell. I am not a lawyer. and this information is based on research that I've done. While many, I'm sure, share the city's concern for responsible water stewardship, this resolution, as written, raises serious legal deficiencies under Idaho law. First, the enabling authority cited is legally insufficient. The resolution rests entirely on Ordinance 7-1A-3 as its grant of authority to restrict irrigation. However, Idaho Code 67-6511 requires that any land use or resource restriction ordinance must be consistent with the city's adopted comprehensive plan. No such consistency finding is made here, and the resolution itself references the 2020 comprehensive plan only in the context of landscaping encouragement, not as a foundational basis for mandatory restrictions. Second, and most critically, this resolution potentially conflicts with Idaho's prior appropriation doctrine. Idaho is a prior appropriation state. Under Idaho Code 42-101, water rights are property rights, vested, constitutionally protected property rights. The Idaho Supreme Court has consistently held, including in Shokel v. Dunn and subsequent decisions, that interference with a perfected water right without due process and just compensation implicates both the Idaho and United States constitutions. City water customers who hold municipal delivery contracts have a reasonable expectation of use. Restricting that delivery based solely on street address without any individualized assessment of their contracted water right entitlement is legally questionable and potentially compensable. Third, the odd-even schedule creates an equal protection concern. Under Article 1, Section 2 of the Idaho Constitution, similarly situated persons must be treated equally under the law. Restricting a homeowner's irrigation access based purely on whether their address is odd or even, with no relationship to actual water consumption, lot size, or demonstrated waste, is an arbitrary classification. Courts have found such blunt instruments legally vulnerable when less restrictive, more tailored alternatives exist. An example of a less restrictive method might be to just ask the residents of Mountain Home to alternate their watering days and consider potential water constraints. Fourth, the resolution lacks an appeal or variance mechanism. Idaho administrative due process grounded in Idaho Code 67-5201 requires that affected parties have a meaningful avenue to contest governmental restrictions on property use. This resolution provides none. There is no hardship exemption process, no administrative appeal, and no defined enforcement procedure, all of which are legally necessary for a durable, enforceable municipal regulation. I have more, but I'm out of time, so I'll respect the 3 minutes. Thank you.
All right. We're going to run down to conflict of interest. Is there one more? John? Come on.
Yeah. Hey guys, this has not to do anything with the water. I just wanted to present this to the mayor and the city hall. Mayor, councilman, I'm John Hockstrasser. This is my dear wife Judy. I started this years ago, and I got chronological order of the pool being built, and I just thought that maybe we could hang it up in the area. You guys did a great job with it. I know it took a lot of time. I know a lot of things happened, and things were stopped, shipping and whatnot, but it got done. And now the community can enjoy this, and whether it takes a lot of water or not, it's a wonderful thing you guys did. So I just want to give this to you. You can do with it what you want. Maybe hang it up over there at this one office or something.
Absolutely. Thanks, John.
You bet.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's a wonderful place to go swimming. I've found many friends there and bonded, and it's not just exercise. It's a great feel. So I think it's very worthwhile.
Where's Tiffany?
Just try to get the microphones to work.
All right. All right. we're gonna run down. You want coming down, Christy?
I'm supposed to say who you are, and who you represent and all that stuff, or just start talking.
Who you are.
I'm Christy Zitto. I'm a resident of Mountain Home, Idaho, and I'm here because I've had so many calls from people because of the position that I hold. I just would like to remind the council that just because something might be legal, that doesn't mean that it's moral. And as servants of the public, we have a moral obligation to watch out for the people first. The people pay the water. They maintain the water system. And they'll continue to pay and maintain the water system. And they have, as we've heard, and there's been some very good discussion, I've been very impressed with what we've heard here today, a legal right to that water on top of everything else. We continue to see building more and more and more, but we're constantly told we don't have any water. And I know that this has been the case for years because we've looked at property in Mountain Home since the late 80s, and it's always been a problem here. This is not a new situation. So I just hope that in the decision that you make tonight, you'll take into consideration who it is that this will affect the most. And that's the residents of this city that we represent, the people that we are supposed to look out for first. And that's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
All right. Anybody else? All right. Conflict of interest declaration. Has any councilman received information pertaining to or other with any contact with any person regarding items on the city council's facilities that were nature of contact? Councilwoman Wolf.
Under consent agenda number 5, either spoke with or received emails from, and have correspondence via email, but Corbis, Becky Garvey, Alan Bump, Nicholas Gatchen, Tim Standish, Tim O'Connor, Stephen File, Cynthia Nixon, Nicholas Champion, Misty Pierce, Joe Uhas, and Patty Stats.
Mayor,
Councilman Harjo.
I had the same exact interactions minus Becky Carter.
Councilman McCarthy.
I had similar emails regarding the number 5 for consent agenda from Terry Manduca, Mr. Pierce, Alan Bump, Patty Stats, Sharon Darnley, Lucas, Sylvia Nixon, Rod Dudley, Nicholas Champion, Nicholas Gatagen, and Stephen.
Mr. Mayor.
Amongst the contacts I've received, Bacon Champion, Alan Bunk, all in church. Person or persons unidentified. Darlene Uhas, Mr. Pierce, Sylvia Nixon, Janet Kressler, Nicholas Champion, Nicholas Gatchen, and Idaho family. Again, persons' names not disclosed. Let's see in there. Marty Anderson, Laura Ashley, and the Elmore County Republican Central Committee.
Councilwoman Wolf.
And I forgot, Chrissy Zitto did call me, so I forgot this.
All right, we're gonna run down to. I guess, guys, is there any conflict that you have any on that, guys? No. All right. We're gonna run down to presentation. Arts Council's FY 26-27 budget presentation. Chris.
This one?
You want my seat, Chris?
No, these are.
Yeah,
I heard the other speakers just fine.
So sit in that chair,
No.
please.
Okay. Yep.
Thank you.
So I'm Chris with the Arts Council, and I'm here with President Mildred McNeil and other of our board members. They're here to make sure I say what I'm supposed to say, because I often do not. But let's try it this time. So a little bit of updates since my last report in April, and then I'll go over the budget and our vision for next year. If you start on this page with the event statistics, you can see that we have served over 6,500 people in the community, including about 1,000 youth, and we've activated just under 400 local artists with our programming. I should say our programs go from July to June every year, so we're just finishing up the year. And we remain on schedule and on budget. We do, because updating since April, right now we're fundraising for community canvas as well as the summer concerts. So June is a big month for us, so we really won't know until July. So, but we're excited about those programs, adding new roles here in a couple weeks, and then we'll have summer concerts every Friday in July, so 5 Fridays. If you skip over as I'm talking, so here's our 26-27 plan right here, front and back. We'll get the brochure out later. We're still scheduling this, so I just have it as a Word document. We are doing everything from theater in the park, community canvas, summer concerts. Our visual artists continue to be hard at work with a gallery with FUBAR, the Colorful Vine, Hope City, a youth art show. They continue to add programming. Hope City was wildly successful art and mental health awareness show. And that's been growing organically by activating our artists and getting them together and giving them display systems, not only around the city, but the galleries and so forth in these shows. Again, with the Fall Coffee House, we are on our 18th year with our literary journal, publishing Elmore County and surrounding areas. We are bringing in several artists to work with our students, from cello to singer-songwriters. At our nursing home, Tracy Morrison will also be at St. Luke's, as you see that. And then Molly and the Mineshaft will be at a nursing home, and we have the 3 tenors coming in on their Broadway, off-Broadway tour, and they will also be working with students. So those are some of the performing arts highlights. And other than that, we continue to local showcases, open mics, author readings. Mountain Home Songs is a partnership with the brewery, featuring local musicians. We partner with Generations to do the Idaho State Fiddle Contest, which has been growing in years, and that's a qualifier for Weezer. And I think that's about it as far as programming. If you look at the budget, so that's front and back as well. The front is our full budget. The back is performing arts, because that is one of our most expensive. So that gives you some detail. But overall, what you'll see is that in general sense, we bring in a third of, so you can see that our total budget, which is pretty similar to last year, is about $83,000. A third of that we bring in earned revenue. A third of it is contributed in local support, and a third of that is grants. So we so appreciate, and we do not take for granted, I guess no pun intended there, what the city does for us and helps with these programs. It's a large boon to that, especially in the past couple of years, which have been a little more difficult. In the grants, we've still been bringing a little over 20,000 in grants, but federal grants have not come back at this point. But we have seen, and I think I mentioned this last time, we've seen city support in that, local support. Not only do sponsorships and local support make up a third, but people stepped up when they saw that we were lacking a little bit last year and said, yeah, I can help out a little extra. This is important to me. And I think it's important to the community too. Just 1 minute on the soapbox. I mean, this is not just about arts, humanities, and cultural events. This is about connection. This is about bringing our community together. This is creating a spirit. This is also economic. It brings lots into our community. Like I said, a third of our budget is from outside our community that is brought into our community. People are staying here for programs. People are, we bring into the restaurants, the hotels, and so forth. So anyway, it has impact all around, but the biggest thing for us is the impact on our youth, creating that community and connection and better citizenry. So I think that's about it. Any questions? I guess the first question would be, I am asking for renewed. I'll ask my own question. I am asking for renewed funding of $7,000, as you see is part of this budget. So.
Council, you got anything for Chris?
Yes, Mayor.
Councilman Sanders?
Chris, I want to thank you. The package is very informative. It's laid out well. It's pretty much what was asked by councils before I came on board. This gives me something to work with that I can have confidence in, and I'm looking it over. So thank you, sir. Well done.
All right, Chris, thank you.
All right, thank you.
We're gonna run down to the senior center and Meals on Wheels. Lisa, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you. Hi, everybody. I'm Lisa Simpson from the Senior Center. Thank you for this opportunity, of course. I have give each of you, some information in regards to the activities, the menu, also our budget, and of course I'm just wanting the same as I get every year. Whatever you want to give me. I have a letter here, I guess I better should read it. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you about the importance of the city's continued support of the Mountain Home Senior Center. Over the past year, we've seen significant increase in community engagement on the 3 days per week that we're open. We welcomed approximately 87 members and visitors at, I got the wrong one. I had last year.
You want this one?
Yes. I wonder why I couldn't find mine.
I was tracking with you right up to that point.
Thank you. Okay. We had approximately 9,600 members and visitors at an 18% increase from last year. During this time, our kitchen prepared more than 16,300 meals for both in-center dining and Meals on Wheels program, which serves homebound community members with the help of dedicated volunteers. With growing participation, we expect to serve over 17,800 meals this year. Unfortunately, this growth comes with rising costs. Our food expenses alone have increased nearly 23% compared to April of last year. As always, the donation is voluntary, and many are unable to contribute. To bridge the gap, we continue to rely on crucial support from the city, county, and generous grants, including contributions from key partners such as St. Luke's. Beyond food service, we face increase in costs in wages, utilities, insurance, maintenance, and supplies. They are all essential to providing a safe and welcoming place for the seniors to gather, socialize, and thrive. Our bus service remains an integral part of our mission, offering transportation, daily lunches, programs, and outings to help seniors active, connected, and engaged. With our ongoing support, we hope to sustain and expand these vital services. The Senior Center is more than a building, it's a community hub. It fosters health, connection, and dignity for older residents. We especially remain committed to the Meals on Wheels program, which delivers not just nutrition, but companionship and well-check to those unable to leave their homes. If you'd like any more learn any more about our programs or facilities, reach out to the center or connect with a board member. We would be happy to share more about the impact of your support on our seniors' lives. A sincere gratitude to the Mountain Home Senior Center Board of Directors. I also had something I wanted to add. The chairman of the board would like me to consult with the mayor and the city council in regards to the possibility of paving the back parking lot of the senior center. We have received a bid of $105,500 for paving the back parking lot. We are aware the city owns the lot, so I'm here to ask if this is possible and to request help with the project. I know grants would be the first thing to work on, and you can find a copy of that bid in your file folder. And I think I did that under 5 minutes.
Mayor.
Councilwoman, what's up?
So yeah, just to clarify, city owns the property, right?
Yes.
Okay.
it's kind of like asking for it.
No, sure. This is only one company. Have you gone out to others?
Yeah, I want to get more. Yeah,
Okay.
I tried two, and they never showed.
So have you considered like crushed rock that's compressed into the ground? It's much cheaper than concrete right now.
No, we haven't.
So I'm just
really
there's
got
other
that.
options maybe that might be
That's
cheaper.
a good
This is
idea,
a pretty penny here. And then my other question is do you? I'm so sorry. That's a first in 2.5 years. Sorry, guys. My other question is, do you give the same presentation to the county commissioners?
Yeah, we will.
You do every year during their budget time.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know how many patrons from the county use the senior center?
Not offhand.
Okay, I know that's a weird question. It's probably weird to figure that out. My challenge for you, they're only donating, I won't say only, because a donation's a donation, but $3,500.
Mm-hmm.
The city's $7,000. And so that was my question is where, maybe are you serving more to this Mountain Home citizens, or is it outside of the county as well, equal or not equal? But maybe ask them too for, I don't know. I don't know. I just feel like that's something that the city, we get asked a lot. But the county,
I'm definitely not expecting for all of you guys. So.
But if the county is using it the same, right?
Yes.
Then maybe ask them as well.
Oh, I will.
For comparable.
They actually gave us a grant last year to help us pave our sidewalks.
Oh, did
so we did get that done last
from
year.
the county?
On our own with the donation from Connie Cruiser, the county, and we have the other half share of it. Turned out pretty good. I don't think it's in the letter at all. But yeah, crushed actually sounds a lot cheaper. How's the upkeep with that versus paving? I don't know.
Yeah, just on that, that's a fantastic idea. At times, the city does have piles of crushed asphalt. I don't know where we're at with that now. It's been used in other instances and seems to perform pretty well in holding up and keeping drainage away and not becoming a mud pit. So that's a potential to look into for that. One question that I've been meaning to catch up with you on, Lisa. City owns the ground. You guys own the building on the ground. One of the seniors at Senior Center mentioned to me just a brief while ago that in inclement windy weather that sometimes the flag on the flagpole will touch the building.
Yes.
Mayor and staff, is that maybe something that we could take a look at in our upcoming budget to perhaps allocate a little bit of funding to relocate that pole in partnership with the senior center, so we can put it not just in a more prominent place, but respect the flag.
Well, most of them want to put it out there by that rock, but we don't have no electricity out there for the light for it. The county did offer one off of Air Base Road or American Legion that was coming up. I haven't heard any more about that. I have asked the city to paint it, the pole itself. I think what happens when it half masses, it hits the roof, and that's when it gets all ripped up. And those lights aren't cheap. But anything will help, anything at all. I'm all for it. Anything else?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Good to see you. Hi, everybody.
Going down to number 3 on presentations, the Historical Society FY 26-27 budget presentation.
Hello, Mayor and City Council members. This is Stephanie, James, and myself are on the board of the museum. And just wanted to take a minute to talk to you a little bit about what our activities. We've been hosting tours for the students. East Elementary, the junior high, the high school, and some homeschoolers have also come in. There's about 20, 25 per class that comes in. So we try to really work with the kids to try to get them engaged in history, which they love to type on the typewriters. We really like to, we do a quarterly newsletter For our patrons, we send it, we take it also to the visitor center and to the RV parks. We get a lot of feedback from them. A lot of people come in with that, so we appreciate that. We are partnering with other community institutions. Right now, we're working with the library for their scavenger hunt, and that's going really well. It's fun to have the parents come in too, and they bought some of our store items when they come in with the kids. We work a lot with the other museums with their donating goods and things like that, or donating, archiving historical stuff. We also do geology for our genealogy. Genealogy, there you go. Research for the Elmer, because I could see you going, for families in Elmore County. So, and then we also do a membership drive to try to get more members and stuff like that to help also offset our expenses. And we just like to try to keep the museum open as best we can. Some of our future goals are we like to try to do some more social media. We're going to have a book sale. We have some books that we need to have a fundraiser sale. We'll have a cinnamon roll sale, and we'll do some displays and stuff that for some of the businesses. So if on the next page, if you'll look at our balance sheet at the top, I know in the past that Councilperson Worklow was asking about this. So what we have in our checking account right now, as of last night, was a little over $10,000, and we have an Edward Jones Building Fund, which has $61,000, a little over $61,000. We'd like to our outside display. That's why we kind of earmarked that for some type of deal out there. But we know that in the future we're going to have to do a copier to purchase a copier or something. So some of that's going to go for that. You look at the bottom part is our profit and loss. The county, we received $6,000 from the county, and most of everything else is the interest from that Edward Jones and membership and our museum store sales. So in that we haven't asked for the $7,000 because I was didn't know for sure if we were capable of doing that because we haven't done the fundraisers. I know in the past that has been a problem, so I haven't asked for the $7,000. We haven't asked for the $7,000. Below is our expenses, which was $13,600, and so you can see that we overspent what we took in. Mainly what we have for expenses is just we're only open 3 days a week for 3 hours that time, and so it's salaries. And it costs us a lot to be able to have computer software is our main expenses of it. So that's kind of our rundown of where we're at and where we're going with the museum. And just trying to, mainly our big goal is try to educate children and stuff like that to try to get people involved in history. A lot of people, history is not a very big importance to them. We have the museum is owned by the city. You guys own the city. You guys pay. You put $5,000 in repairs and maintenance to take care of it. So we appreciate everything that you do for that. Okay. Any questions,
Chris? Are you talking about you didn't take the $7,000 from this fiscal year?
Mm-hmm.
You got approved to take it in our budget. Tiffany, did they meet all the requirements? Or I'm sorry, I put you on spot.
That's what I didn't know what the requirements were. So
you didn't know what the requirements were.
So I didn't.
Because the budget was approved to give I can't say what's going to happen in the next 2 weeks for the next fiscal year. But so you're at a negative 2,000 something. Is that what I'm seeing here? You are approved for that 7,000 for. Just saying.
Perfect.
Yeah, so that's up to inquire on, okay?
Okay. Then I'll be getting hold of Paul.
Send a letter. Yes, through Tiffany.
Or through Tiffany.
Yeah.
Whoever. But anyway, we appreciate everything that you guys do for us, and Any questions? Please let me know.
Council, got anything for Chris? Councilman, James.
I was just going to say we're also going to try to push for more ways to fundraise, outside of the budget you guys provided. So that's one of our goals as well. So
Yeah, I'll be hitting you up for cinnamon rolls. 7 cinnamon rolls for $100.
Okay,
there you
sounds
go.
thank you.
Thanks. Thank you. Going to run down to presentation number 4, Visitor Center FY 26-27 budget presentation.
They're not.
Okay, we're going to skip that one. We're going to run down to.
Yes, Mayor and Council. Denise Baresi called and said that they had some family matters that way we couldn't attend this meeting. So I did tell her that that wouldn't be an issue. We would get her on the list. Just so you all are aware, she did reach out. She just didn't know.
Okay. We're going to run down to number presentations on number 5, Domestic Violence FY 26-27 budget presentation.
Good afternoon. Thank you, council members and Mayor Sykes, for allowing this time for us to come out. My name is Ochi. I am the council director, formerly known as executive director. And with me is our board president. So he's also here for moral support and ensure that I'm pronouncing things correctly, and that I don't forget anything. So, to start off with, I just want to remind everybody in the audience that Elmer County Domestic Violence Council is here, located here in Mountain Home. We still get questions whether we're out in Boise or Nampa, and I just want to remind everybody that we are here in Mountain Home serving our community. To start off with, I will read out the letter that was sent out to you guys, just to ensure that I'm not forgetting anything. On behalf of the Elmer County Domestic Violence Council, we are requesting $10,000 in funding from the City of Mountain Home for the upcoming year. Last year, the city awarded ECDVC $7,000, and we are very grateful for that support. This year, we are requesting an increase of $10,000 because of the number of Mountain Home residents served and the continued need for victim service in our community. During calendar year 2025, ECDVC served 99 Mountain Home residents, responded to 333 hotline calls from city residents, and coordinated 8 responses with the Mountain Home Police Department. Provided 804 emergency shelter bed nights to city residents, and assisted with emergency transportation for 108 times for city residents. City funds were applied to personnel and operational costs directly associated with these services. These numbers reflect the ongoing need for local victim services and direct impact in the city's support has on Mountain Home residents. ECDVC provides services to victims of domestic violence, sexual assault, stalking, human trafficking, and other related crimes. Many of the people who come to us are in crisis and need help immediately. That help may include safety planning, advocacy, emergency shelter, transportation, food, clothing, hygiene items, or help navigating court, law enforcement, housing, and other community resources. If awarded, these requested funds would go directly towards direct services such as client transportation, which includes transportation to court hearings, medical appointments, law enforcement interviews, and safe housing options. Immediate client needs such as emergency food, clothing, hygiene products, shelter assistance, and other necessities for victims leaving unsafe situations. Direct service support included the 24/7 crisis hotline, staff time for crisis response advocacy, safety planning, case management, and referrals. Over the past year, ECDVC has continued working to provide reliable, compassionate services to victims and families in Elmer County. We have also worked to strengthen our internal systems and continue building relationships with local partners, so victims have the support when they need it most. Like many victim service programs, DCWC continues to face financial challenges. Federal VOCA funding, which has historically been a major funding source for services like ours, has decreased significantly. At the same time, the cost of providing services has increased and the need in our community has not gone away. Local support is becoming more important than ever in helping us keep these services available. The City of Mountain Home support makes a direct difference for local residents who are experiencing some of the hardest and most dangerous moments of their life. We appreciate your past support and respectfully ask you to consider funding ECDVC $10,000 this year. Thank you for your time. In addition, like discussed in the letter, we have made efforts to change internally. So one of the main things that we did was transition to in-person intakes to ensure that we're serving clients here in Mountain Home. If transportation is an issue, we can provide them transportation to do in-person intakes. And that way, as well, give them more of a one-on-one and individual directly support. Another thing was that we expanded court advocacy. So we have advocates who work with the prosecuting attorney's office. We have advocates that sit in court during courts that are specifically to our victimizations to help support them as well. We increased the presence in hospital settings, so now we are partnered with our local hospital here in St. Luke's, and we also do provide advocacy for victims of crime who come in and need additional support. All these changes have been to better serve our community and better support our clients. We continued efforts to do fundraising, grant writing to ensure that we have other funding sources to continue to serve clients without any interruption, are still ongoing. We tried to do a golf tournament this month. It was our first time that we were doing an event outside of the gala, and well, we now see what went wrong, and so we're going to try and go after it again next year. But we're still continuing to do other fundraisers. Like in August, we have a car show coming up, and we're hoping to do a bowling tournament at the end of this year, as well as our yearly gala that we continue to do. I believe I covered everything. And I mean, our services remain the same. We still provide emergency shelter. We do transportations, have the 24/7 crisis hotline, and we do case management advocacy, and then as well as provide any essential resources that they may need throughout the time.
Thank you so much. So Chris, this will answer your question as well. So part of the contract that we have to donate the money to civil groups, there's those 3 requirements. I just had to look them up real quick. Twice yearly reporting, financial reporting, which I don't see here, and service reporting. So are you able to put together a financial report for council?
I sure can. Yeah.
Okay. And
council, you have any other questions for Sochi? You said that right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Well, thank you guys.
All right. Thanks. Thank you guys for your time.
Council, we're going to run down the consent agenda. Is there anything on the consent agenda that we need a little bit more clarification on? Is there something on there that you want to pull? Is there a question on something? Councilman Harjo?
Pull consent item number 5.
Councilman Sanders?
Full item 4.
yeah. I just want clarification on item number 6. Okay. I'm all about hearing from the public and doing a public hearing because I want to hear what the citizens have to say. However, I do want to make a statement on record about Exhibit A. Okay. when you see these costs here, because I think this was some confusion that was in the past with LAD1, when you see these costs, these are estimated costs. So when you, if anybody wants to come up during the public hearing and speak on LAD2, I just want to reiterate, these are estimated costs. So when it says total per fiber property is 3,500, again, it's all dependent on how many people sign up within that area. That number could go up or down. So just to make that known. Thank you.
Okay, so council, I've got polling, consent agenda polling item 4, polling item 5. Is there anything else, council? If not, do I have a motion to pass the consent agenda pulling those 2 items?
Mayor.
Councilman Harjo.
Make a motion to pass the consent agenda, pulling items 4 and 5 for discussion and new business.
Second. It's been motioned and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. Councilman McCarthy.
Aye.
Councilman Workla.
Aye.
Councilman Sanders.
Aye.
Councilman Harjo. Aye. We're going to run down to old business. Amendment number 9, task order. Task orders 10, 11, 12, and 32 for water, wastewater, general engineering and development reviews, support with Keller Associates, and for authorize the mayor to sign. Council.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Sanders.
I'd like to hear from the Public Works Director about the purpose of the memo that prompted this action item and what the expected gains are from it.
Mayor, so after last council meeting, Council Harjo's presentation, I'll start over. After last council meeting and Councilman Harjo's presentation, I brought this back before the council because we have several projects that are in the approval stages that have already been approved by this body and the previous body, that we have items that are in either development review, preliminary plat, or final plat that need to continue. In my memo, I've broke it down. I believe that the right way to go forward is to do it on a yearly, but we can do by project if you choose. But I feel like it's important that we honor the commitments that we as the city have already made to the developers when we approve their projects. If we don't move forward with this task order, we do not have the money available to approve lift stations and the rest of the development plan reviews that are in the queue. I feel like it's the right thing to do. Move forward. Does that help, Councilman?
And is there any fiscal impact with these changes?
The impact is that I worked with Keller Associates and asked for them to do an estimate on how much money it would cost to get us to the end of this fiscal year, which is what that number is based on.
Thank you.
Yep.
Mayor.
Councilman McCarthy.
First, I guess, Chris, thank you for sending us the memo. There's some points in there I think are great. You talked about how Public Works is going to work forward to City Council with monthly reports summarizing services performed by Keller Associates. Report identified major reviews completed, projects supported, to go on. Additionally, Public Works Department believes the city would benefit from periodic presentations by Keller Associates on a quarterly or semi-annual basis. Fantastic. I think that's great. Something that I've been trying to push for a while now here on this and also on the DIFAC body. It's disappointing that we didn't get to have that meeting with Keller back in April to talk about wastewater. Still disappointed about that, but I guess I would like to first publicly say thank you to Councilman Sanders and Councilwoman Workla, because I feel that with a few questions and pushing back on the original task order, we essentially saved the taxpayers $110,000 almost, because the original task order was $150,000. So when I see this memo for $41,600, I know you said you worked with Keller. I still have questions of, I know during the May 12th, we had discussed that you had been with city staff looking at development reviews, the fees that we charged. Where are we with that?
Mayor, So the data that I have currently, the development fees that we collect when we do the development applications matches what we are spending currently. The only thing that doesn't match is when we get an oddball item like a lift station, and then we have agreements with those developers that they'll pay the additional fees on those. So we are collecting the appropriate amount currently. And I believe that was in Councilman Harder's presentation that showed that spreadsheet that I'm using. That is one of the things I intend to make sure that when I do the reports to the council, and I want to make it very clear, those reports aren't going to come from Keller. That's not going to cost out of the budget that we're aligning. It will come out of my office. I'll be the one to develop them. But I will break that down and you will see what exactly it is we're paying, what development it's going to, and what we got for our money. Was it verifying water lines, sewer line depths, or was it a lift station, all those things. It'll break it down and we'll show you all that very clear.
Mayor. So Chris, if I'm understanding correctly, development is paying enough development review fees to cover.
At this point, that is
this
correct.
point.
Yeah.
So that takes care of that part.
Yeah.
So my question is, if the development review fees are being paid for by growth, because growth should pay for itself, is this really more a task order about the on-call engineering piece?
This, sorry, Mayor, covers both. It is both. It covers the on-call and the general reviews.
On-call and general reviews. I think I'm just going to be open about this. Since this whole thing came up, I'll state it's my opinion, it seems that I'm concerned that the perception is that we're looking at more job security for a third consultant, where I know I have voiced a wish to move forward with an RFQ to open up for other engineering stuff. So again, I'm glad to see the reduction in the price, but I'm still concerned that we have so many task orders with Keller. It seems that they have I'll say almost a sole propriety when it comes to these task orders in the city. So again, my concern is that why aren't we going out for an RFQ, which we can include all of your recommendations, which again I like, to make sure that we have those checks and balances for accountability of why we're spending money with a third consultant. But again, it comes back to why aren't we going out with an RFQ when we're just continuing to make an argument to keep Keller Associates?
Mayor, the reason I'm presenting this, because I understand that I got that crystal clear, that we're unhappy with Keller. And I understand we need to move forward with RFQ. This is for projects that have already been approved and are in the queue currently today. My intentions are that we not get litigation against us for delaying projects. These are large developers. They're large. They're moving forward. I don't want us to wind up in a position where we're litigated against. I have no problem going out for RFQ. I will happily do that. It's something that we've discussed long before this came around. These are projects that are in the queue today. That's my concern. And I don't know legal. I don't know if there is an opportunity for a developer to litigate against the city if we slow their projects. But right now they're stopped. That's a problem. And that was my understanding as well. So I want to continue what we've already promised, which is to get these developments that are already approved and already moving forward to the finish line. That's my desire.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Sanders. So Chris, should the council decide to adopt this memo and we move forward in that direction, we basically are putting a stake in the ground saying, past this point, we're open to doing RFQs for engineering services.
If that's the direction that I'm getting, absolutely.
Okay.
Mayor.
Councilman.
Quite frankly, that's how I feel, at least I'll speak for myself, the direction I thought we were going when we denied this back in May 12th. So again, if development reviews are paying for it and it's really an issue of on-call engineering concerns and everything that comes up, I think the point was brought up of maybe we should have an engineer on staff. And that's something we should be looking at during budget season. And so I'm curious, it seems that when this body pushes back, this question of legality always comes up. And I use Railroad Park as an example. When Railroad Park had those pieces in it that allowed for termination of contract and that. So I don't want this necessarily just to be well, we have an issue with legal and we could get sued, because I could probably quote a few other things that have happened within the city before a long time, but we always run the risk of legal.
I see we can get sued a lot.
So again, while I understand, I mean, it's a big chunk of change to go from $150,000 down to $41,600. So I'm curious how that came about. Again, I think this is one of those things that the perception can be seen as that we're more concerned about job security for a third consultant than true. Because again, I can go back through the task orders, and the reason, one of them with the trunk line study. And I can go through some of those properties, and they've been on there for years and haven't developed. And then the fact that we had discussion and it came up with the term of eminent domain, and it just blows my mind that I never thought in Idaho I would actually even hear an argument for that. So I really understand where you're coming from. I think there needs to be a little bit more conversation than just this is what's being in the queue and we need to do it now. Because again, I want to see an RFQ so that we can go out and actually be looking at some different avenues while we include all of your things. Because again, this is what I've been wanting in your report for a long time, and I'm glad to see it coming, but I feel that it's now accurate only because this body decided to deny the initial $150,000. So,
Mayor.
Councilman? Or, sorry.
Sorry, I just want to clarify one thing. So, when you're saying that the price was reduced, technically it wasn't. The original task orders that were always granted the amendments were an amendment until the dollars ran out. They weren't constrained to a fiscal year. The only change is that I'm constrained to a fiscal year, because if we were to move forward, hypothetically, October 1st, we would be asking for another task order amendment to get us through one more fiscal year. It's not a dollar change. They haven't changed their prices. It's just now to October. Whereas before, the other one was open-ended until the funds ran out, which is how they were established long before my time.
And that's, Chris, you brought that up, and that the original contract talked about the term for 1 to 2 years. So again, while you say that it's not a allotted amount, but I think it's important to point out that, like you said, it was kind of basically until the funds. So it was up to 150,000. Where this one, we're only approving 41,000 as the cap. So I do count that as a checks and balance, we'll say.
Okay.
So.
All right, council. We'll say the hearing.
Point of order.
Councilman,
I see that there's no action item on this agenda for number 1. I know this issue came up when we had the special meeting for the golf, so I'm wondering if no action can be taken on this.
Paul?
As it's currently written, the answer, that's correct. So if it's imminent, that needs to be done as soon as possible. You can amend the agenda strictly to rename it as an action item, but only if it's temporarily sensitive.
Could we wait until the next council meeting?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll table this to the next council meeting. Okay. We're going to run down to action item number 2, deliberation decision regarding golf course staffing structure, operational budgets. Or operational, yeah. Council?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Sanders.
I'll kick this thing off. We had a special council meeting. further discussion of what this council sees as the vision for the operation and maintenance of the golf course going forward. Fellow council members, as I tried to point out initially when we started these discussions, it has become more time sensitive as the vendor we had under contract allowed the contract to expire, and he actually left it just a little bit early. That was a hybrid form. That is one form we could authorize moving forward. The other would be to put on RFP to totally, or in some portion of, have these services done by a third party, or the city can do it itself. Bear in mind that when the hybrid falls apart, it falls back on the city to make sure things keep running. If a third party backs out of a contract, it leaves the city in the default position of having to keep things running. When I first broached this notion with the council, it was that the city should take charge of the golf course in its entirety with a time-limited period to prove that it is able and capable and has the skills and talents necessary to successfully manage the golf course and move it away from the deficit spending it has been in for a number of years. That's going to remain my position. I still believe the city has the right people with the right skills and the right knowledge that, given an appropriate direction under their administrator, that we could see this golf course turn around and quit being the little sister of the poor that needs a transfer every year. Going to a hybrid is going to take time. Going out for a third-party contract is going to take time. And we have kicked this down the road substantially. It is my hope this evening that the council will discuss this and come to a point where they can make a decision on which overarching method we want the city administration to take when providing this amenity to our citizens. With that, I'll be happy to stand for any questions.
Mayor.
Councilwoman.
Councilman Sanders, I 100% appreciate your opinion and respect it, but there is no way that I will approve a city employee pro. Hands down, no way. So the only things you can maybe talk me into is hybrid or third party. I'm leaning more towards hybrid, but so to me there's two options, and just as clear as okay.
Councilman Harjo. There might be another option beyond that. Under our current staffing schema, we have someone with the skills and professional history of being a pro that is on as a full-time seasonal. Status quo is still an option, and utilizing that individual in the capacity of their professional knowledge running tournaments and so on is still an option, and it's well within our affordability because that's what we do today. So my call for that is a potential.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Sanders.
Councilman Harjo, you are correct in what you said, but from my perspective, that still leaves the gap with how we deal with other services that were originally under contract that now would not be available through the current construct we have.
Councilman Harjo.
Understood. Unfortunately, in the matter of how we've addressed the golf course, we've kind of itemized this as all hanging on the staffing structure and primarily the authorization of hiring a full-time pro or not. And as I said before, the implication of that one hire is kind of the domino effect to all other facets of what implication there are, whether that's hire the city pro, find the hybrid balance by finding the appropriate third-party pro, putting them under contract. The retail portion of that has been a big chunk of the discussion. Does the city take it? Does the city not take it? Do we use taxpayer dollar? Do we find other mechanisms of paying for it that are not city resident taxpayer dollar but are within the general fund? We've done a lot of speaking around these things. Under that additional option of maintaining somewhat status quo on the staffing level, that decision in and of itself doesn't prohibit the city from also making decision whether or not, as an independent thought, to enter into the retail space of the pro shop operation, whether the city owns that portion. So I do think those things can be somewhat abstracted and directed by a very, very intently driven motion to define the specifics of both the hiring, what to do with the retail space, any caps or limitations on the retail space, and a general staffing structure. I do think a decision can be made around all of these things and encompassed in one motion, but in discussion kind of treated in like bucketized thought processes. There's been a lot of discussion about the retail space, and I do think we have some options in front of us there that are workable.
Mayor, I know that we've done the hybrid, right, with the former pro, and you said a statement, the definition of Sandy's doing the same thing over and over again. However, it is different. It is different because now the range is profits are coming into the city. The golf cart profits are coming into the city. I think there's one other thing. Help me, guys, city staff, but at least those two big ticket items, I can say you were going to the former pro's personal business and not into the city of Mount Home. So it's not, to me, it's the same, but it's not the same because the revenue stream is different.
Mr. Mayor, Council work well. You got a lot of it right. There's a lot of it that wasn't said. Yes, the city now has the funding stream for the range. They were receiving a portion of the revenue from the pro in that area. They are now getting all the revenue from the carts. The contracted pro was providing a portion of that revenue to the city as part of his contracting fees with us. And he was bearing all the cost for providing the carts, providing the maintenance for those carts, which you've heard Councilman Harjo speak to already being a challenge under our current lease because of the damage being done by the people who use them appropriately, and the fuel, which has been an on and off issue, and right now is running one of its highest levels ever, as noticed in the current bill run that we purchased some fuel recently. So it's one thing to identify where we're getting additional funding streams, but you also have to, in my mind, I have to balance the amount of liability and the amount of cost we incur as part of that process. We need to be managing that. We're making attempts to do that now, but I don't know that they have it yet proven to be substantially better than what the hybrid had when it was done the other way.
Yeah. You just proved my point. The city should not be in business then. If we're struggling to manage how the carts are maintained and ran, etc., then maybe the city, to me, you're proving my point. The city should not be in business of it since you guys can all fill in the blank with that one, but there's no other, if you own your own business, right? If you own your own business, there's no other greater push you will get than a business owner trying to make that buck. But anything that's ever government funded, there's not that extra push because that paycheck's coming in on the military, the 1st and the 15th, or however it is for the city of Mount Home. So there was a great big hustle there with TJ, right? There was a really, really good hustle there. And I think if we put out to bid for another pro to come in, and the two things that they get, right, part of the incentive is that they'll get the pro shop, again, which I think a lot of us here, right, we're not big fans of the city funding the pro shop. So they'll have to fund the revenue and maintain the pro shop, and they'll also get their lessons. Okay, so that should go out to bid, and then see what we get. Right, we still don't even know what type of talent might come in. We got great talent here too. Look, hey, I hear really good stuff about you as well. Okay, so again, put it out to bid and just see what talent comes in and go from there. But again, the city should not, I know people don't like this comment, the city shouldn't be in the business of supplying golf equipment. Okay, I know I just made half of the audience mad at me. I'm sure there's a bunch of comments out there. But the more government control, the less I have faith in it succeeding. And I can say that with many other entities within the government amount. I'm done.
For clarification, earlier this year when city had toured city municipalities, please remind me which golf courses were there.
I did Lakeview. I think the other staff went to, what was the other one you guys? You guys would have heard of Paul.
Mayor, council. We spoke to City of Caldwell, City of Nampa, talked to City of Blackfoot. In the past, we've also talked to one other one down there, Idaho Falls. So.
Thank you, Tiffany. So, I appreciate the research that's going into it. Some of those golf courses I have also researched myself. I think what I'm concerned of is when we're using places such as Lakeview and Warm Springs, quite frankly, they have a bit of a different financial model. And what I mean is that you have to look at their green fees, their season passes, the number of season passes that they allow. And I feel that that is not what we have currently at Mountain Home, nor does, I would think, the golfing community want. And so while I see that we're using these other municipality golf courses as examples, I would like to get more closer to, I don't want to say apples to apples, but apples to apples as comparing apples to apples versus maybe comparing apples to oranges. But what I mean by that is that they have higher green fees. They definitely charge more for their season passes. They limit the number of Warm Springs I talked to, and they limit their season passes to 150 a season, is what they told me at their establishment. I just talked to Lakeview today, and they talk about how they are over 200 that they limit out there. So while I appreciate the research that's going into this, I would really like to look at municipalities that I feel are similar to also what we have in financial, but also their different models. I asked Tiffany to send over to council for the record. There were 2 RFPs, one done by Twin Falls and one by Lewiston, and I think the biggest thing is that they went out just to see what the golfing community wanted, if it was, or excuse me, what the interest was. And they left it pretty general. And for me, that was the big thing, is that we should be getting all of our information and trying to have all of the avenues looked. But when I look over the last couple months, all I've seen is the push for city-owned, city-operated, city-owned, city-operated, from going out for golf clubs to, hiring a seasonal temp that we didn't really know about until we pointed to the Golf Advisory Committee. I mean, these things, it just seems that this is the mode of we're stuck on this city. So I have to ask, why aren't we going out for an RFP for hybrid or contracting just to see what the interest out there is? Lewiston, and I'll mainly point to Twin Falls, they locked in their current green fees, which is currently closer to what we have here at Desert Canyon. And they locked those in, and that was part of the RFP, and when they contracted out, that's what the contractor has to stick with and go to in front of City Council. Actually, first they have to go in front of their Golf Advisory Committee, and they have to get an approval from City Council to raise those prices. So again, if we're trying to make it affordable, but also not on the taxpayer where we're transferring general funds over every year, why can't we look at all these options? It doesn't bind us to something if we go out for an RFP and we decide that that's not the route that we want to go for the interest we have. Correct, Paul?
Nothing preventing you.
So
Mayor.
Councilman Hodger.
Council, I'm gonna throw out an idea that we're pretty shoot holes in. It's just try and give us a 50,000-foot view of a potential solution to get us through this year. While we address budget here in a couple of short weeks, that will take effect in October, which is somewhat coinciding with the end of the traditional golfing season depending on Mother Nature. Here's kind of a shoot from the hip thought. What if we took the current staffing model we have now and maintained it as the status quo? We recognize that the city's operations in having 100% of the revenues from green fees, carts, trail fees, cart storage, range balls is the current status quo. If the city were to take the retail space, limit specifically to non-big ticket items, and buy enough inventory to do grab and go things like sleeves of golf balls, the golf gloves, tees, those small end items that also build the business of what a typical golfer may need on the fly coming to our course to play and entertaining golf. So we established the retail business, and under the idea of establishing a retail business, anybody who's started a retail business or a business of any sort, you know that you need a little bit of working capital. So we could set some money aside for working capital to restock for those first couple of cycles. The revenue of the golf pro shop starts paying for itself enough to order those things. But you set a specific dollar amount to it. You set the specific amount to expend for startup costs in acquiring the wholesale cost items. You set aside your capital. We stay relatively low investment out of that concept. I know we all had different opinions on the intent of that Idaho Power Co-op line. For clarification, that is not city resident taxpayer dollar, but was a negotiated gift. It is and it's not, right? Like
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm so sorry. Keep going.
It is still the people's gift. And to rephrase that, it is the people's gift. It is not something that the people paid in out of their property tax, right? So that is a clear and defined line. While it is within the bucket of general fund, once it's there, it's there, right? So if we took that, use that as the one-time startup cost with some operating capital to reacquire and restock and these things, but set the limit to both its intended expenditure and, more importantly, if we're going to get into the retail business, we need to run it like a retail business, which means that we need to have minimum thresholds for margin of profit. Anybody who's run a retail business should understand this aspect of it. If you, as it was described at one point, one of the example courses, their pro was able to discount items in their pro shop, in their city-owned pro shop, down to a 0% profit. Well, that is a loss. Full stop. It still costs money to keep the lights on. It still costs money to keep the person behind the register. There is a minimum margin just to break even, and that break even is not 0%. So as the concept, keep status quo in staffing. That gets us through the end of the year. Buy staff time to adjust what next year's budget looks like, which will be presented to us in a few weeks here. We enter the retail space under those very specific terms, and also put some performance due date to it. That if that retail function is not self-sustaining over a given period of time, whether that's 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, whatever that looks like, then the city politely backs out of that thing. It's a starting point. If it's not palatable to the council, no hard feelings. Just trying to get this ball rolling somewhere, because we've had this talk for months now about what this thing is and what our intent is. And we've burned a lot of council time, a lot of staff time talking about this thing. I feel like we have all of the data in front of us. It's just aligning opinions and starting to find some points of negotiation. Is that
Deep water on this, so Councilman Harjo, while I appreciate your willingness to compromise and try and get something rolling, again, I'm very hesitant to get into spending any of that money for the retail shop again. To me, getting the ball rolling would be to go out for an RFP and to put the concerns we have about how you have to have a PGA Pro. I mean, there's everything in these two requests for proposals that I've asked Tiffany to share you all, where I feel getting the ball rolling is either going for the RFP to open up for a hybrid or contract, or I guess kind of backpedaling from what this body had originally denied with the city pro. Again, I think, if I may speak so candidly, I think if we go with that approach of trying to keep things at status, that it's just going to keep kicking down the road, and I don't think the golfing community and quite frankly the public wants that. So I think it's time to rip the Band-Aid off and either proceed with an RFP or, like I said, backpedal from what the city. And I'm going to be frank that I want to go forward with an RFP. I want to find out these options. So for many reasons, which I would love to discuss in depth more, I won't try and take all the night tonight. So with that being said, that's how I feel getting the ball running is going for an RFP.
Mayor, Councilman Arjo, Councilman McCarthy, do you have an idea of the timeline of how you'd like to achieve that?
Mayor, Councilman McCarthy, Councilman Harjo, for clarification, you're asking for the whole RFP process, or just trying to have like a workshop so that we can figure out what we want in the RFP, or I guess that's, are you looking for the initial timeline, or are you looking out for the overall timeline for an RFP?
Overall, I think that's probably a big number that affects the golfing community the most. If we have, some idea of the steps in between, obviously, whether for a given period of time, 10 days, 30 days, whatever the council sees fit in that instance. Just trying to not opposed to the concept of doing that. I'm just trying to get a concept of how long this process may take, just through the RFP and then the potential negotiation once we identify individuals.
McCarthy, I think it takes time to do things correctly. So I can't necessarily say it takes a year, but I can't say it takes 30 days. I would look at the Twin Falls request for proposal. They give a schedule that I think is doable. It does take a couple months, but that goes back to us getting the proposal all together, deadlines, advertising, everybody submitting their RFPs. It can take a couple months, but again, I feel with the golfing community, if we come out with that and say this is the direction we're going, at least it's moving towards something instead of this stuck in a low place of, are we going to spend a little money on the retail, or, are we going to have a seasonal tent go around and try and help us operate with everything? So.
When you say RFP, are you talking about going out for third party Okay. Mayor, or someone, Tiffany, if we did do that, how many people would lose their jobs that work for the city of Mountain Home at the golf course? Can I ask that question, Paul? Because that should be something that should be in consideration.
Yeah, that's a reasonable question.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
I want that answer.
I'm going to try to offer you one.
Oh, okay.
Councilman Sanders.
It could be all or nothing. A new vendor coming in may want to take his existing city staff and offer them positions under the contract. It's an unknown. They may want to bring all their old people. And if that's the case, then you're looking at between maintenance and operations about, I think you're right, Jake, somewhere around 14 seasonal employees and 5 full-time, because you have 3 full-time and then how many seasonal?
Right now, I think I think 4.
Okay, so 7 on your side, and then right now we have 3, Jeff and Chris, so 5, 9 city staff could potentially lose their positions on the contract out or keep them all. The new contractor coming in may want every one of them to stay. We just don't have a way of knowing. That's what makes these decisions less palatable and more difficult.
And Mayor, excuse me. And that's why I wanted to point that out, because people's jobs are on the line. And if it's just one person's job or if it's 20 people losing their job, that hurts the community. So that's why I was nervous to go with the third party for that reason. I think going with a hybrid solution is meeting in the middle. I really do. You created the hybrid solution 2 years ago this month, I think it was, when we were trying to figure this out, when I think the former pro put in his resignation the first time, right? So, again, you have really valid points, because you're like, yeah, damage to the golf course, gas is going up. But again, that's also an unknown. So do you feel like if we go with the hybrid option for, let's say, 2 years, that could be our meeting in the middle?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Sanders.
here's the challenges I see with the hybrid. One would be a short term. You're not offering as many revenue opportunities in the hybrid as you did back when you had the previous one, before the city took over the carts, before the city took over the range. There was more attractive opportunities for more revenue, for more hustle. That was clearly demonstrated in the numbers that came out through the run of that original contract. Once we moved to hybrid, and 2 of the major funding streams for that contractor moved to the city, along with all the costs associated with it, this contractor stayed for a year and a couple months. It was attractive to him to take a full-time position at another golf course than it was for him to remain here with the revenue streams he could generate under the contract he was working under at the time.
Mayor. I don't disagree, Councilman Sanders. I mean, as the person who designed the hybrid model that we were previously under, the specific intent between my efforts to talk with him and come up with a solution that worked for the short term, the intent was, and that's why the duration of that contract was 2 years, with a bailout clause. There's a specific reason for that. So it did fulfill its intent in a number of ways. Right? And granted, we just sitting where we sit today. But there was a billboard in the center of this town saying we were going to miss that individual. And we had a young man from the golf community at the high school come and sit here nearly in tears, begging to keep him here in one way, shape, or form. And that's exactly what that plan did. And it executed it as well as humanly possible to bridge both the needs of the city and that golf course. So I am fully understanding that it wasn't ideal. I also understand that it fulfilled the exact best case scenario need for the biggest portion of the people.
Mr. Mayor. Councilman Harjo, absolutely right. It was the right fix at the right time for that situation. Hands down. My observation is, as a matter of attractiveness to someone else coming in, it's not going to be as attractive as what the situation was prior. So as a result, I'm relatively dissuaded that we will have quality respondents looking only at that level of interaction with us at that golf course. It's not, in my mind, it's not as attractive a piece. And the piece that we have been operating under was that bridge piece. The opportune time to have had the discussions we're struggling with this very instant, in my mind, was 2 years ago when the hybrid went into place, because we knew it was going to be short term. At least that was the belief. Even though there was the option to extend, there was clearly a schism forming that this was designed to bridge. We run out of the track, folks. The train's on the end of the trestle, and we're figuring out the end. So we need to move forward in a direction. I'm willing, if this is what the council wants to do, is to try to stay with this modified hybrid reduced opportunity to go and put it out there. Great, then we'll go out for a full-blown RFP. Fine, we've got a process for that. And by the way, just as a matter of fact, I'm looking at the Twin Falls report. If we if we plagiarized their report, plugged in us for them throughout, and found it otherwise acceptable, they even got the permission to use the majority of their language. If we went out on August 25th, they proposed going out for the first advertisement on August 25th. They signed contracts November 3rd, and the contract started January 1. So lead time on a contract of this nature, not unusual for it to be 5 to 6 months before implementation.
Mayor.
Councilman McCarthy.
Councilman Sanders, I appreciate the perspective where we don't know. And I think, first of all, for the RFP, Twin Falls made it very broad. They went out for operations and or maintenance. So that includes a hybrid model. It could be that we do operations. It could be do operations and maintenance. That's the part of the RFP, is that you are putting the onus on the private sector to come here in the city and say, this is what the business model is and this is how we're going to make it succeed. Where, no disrespect, and I put this on myself, I have no idea how to run a golf course. I have no expertise in a golf course. Does anyone up here?
Absolutely not. That's why we have a committee that I wish would come and talk to us.
And so
invite them to talk to us.
And so again, I come back to have the private sector
come up and talk to us.
You don't have an agenda printed, sorry.
Yeah. So, let Councilman McCarthy finish.
Thank you. So what I'm saying is, what is the issue with the private sector putting it on them to come and say, this is the business model? We can look at it and say, it doesn't work for us, and then go back and say, yep, we will back that on, we will go with the city. But the fact of it is, either we said no to city operator completely, and we're still kind of in the middle about this. Well, we'll just kind of limp this along by maybe spending some money on the retail and that, and we'll figure it out eventually. So again, I come back to is, put it on the private sector to come in for us with their business plans, because again, we don't know if it's attractive or not. They have the onus of presenting their business plan.
I wasn't going to say anything. I was just going to let you guys do your thing. And the staff and myself, we've spent countless hours going back and forth on where we believe, and obviously our proposal aligns with the golf board's proposal. My thought process, and this is just clearly Mayor Sykes' thought process, give us the opportunity. So I was jotting down some stuff. We've gotten some T-sheets. We got some revenue data from past last year's model to a couple of tournaments to this one, and then adding the T-sheet structure, adding more revenue around played. I think what some people have the heartburn is we're using tax dollars to put into the golf course. No different than a park, no different than recreation at the pool, no different than the cemetery, no different than any other, I would say, general fund, right? And so what's your return on your investment? At least with a golf course, you're getting something. You're getting some sort of revenue. And then I tried to kick around in my head, what about, okay, well, I just can't go out there anytime I want and play, but I can go out to the driving range. I can go do those things. And then I was like, well, if I want to go to the park and someone has it rented, I can't go out there until they're done being rented. So then I was like, okay, well, maybe that's where that aligns. And I hear everyone's facets. I hear yours, and I get it. I hear it. I hear Councilwoman Worklas. I hear Councilman Sanders. I hear Councilman Harjo's. And this is just, if we're going to vote on anything tonight, I'm going to tell you my vote, even though I probably won't get a vote, but if I was going to vote tonight, and a council member said, hey, I want to see if the city can turn it around in 3 years. Give the city the opportunity for the 2 years, because obviously this year is kind of, it's not shot. I think we can make a lot of headroom with the remaining of the season. I went to the golf course committee last night, and they were like, oh, we've got $8,000 that we were going to spend in the pro shop, you know. And then I think the ladies league had something, is what you guys had said.
Yeah.
My thought process, if we're going to vote on something, this is just my 2 cents. And then it puts the onus back on the golf course. Let us do fill the pro shop with the minimal, like we were talking about, like Councilman Harjo said. Set it at $25,000, and then say, hey, we're gonna budget, let's say, 40 for the pro shop. But just give 25 just to get it open, operated, filled, and then come back when that inventories get depleted. Come back to the council, say, hey, I need that extra 15,000 to keep us going because of the tournaments, the men's league, the women's league. Show the statistical data, and then. And this is another facet of this whole thing. We haven't even talked about the training facility. Do the training facility because there's lost revenue there. There's lost rounds played in the training facility. So the thought process is there's one of 2 ways you can make it break even, right? You can raise your fees so high that you're probably going to lose golfers, or you could do it by getting more rounds played. You need to grow the game. You need to get more youth involved. You're like, the men's association talked about last night. You know, that's the only way that if the truly thing is to break even. I don't have a problem. Do I play golf? Yes. Have I made a lot of great memories out there? Yes. Have I gone to the city pool with my children? Yes. Does that break even? Does it even quantify to come to break even? No. But we have these amenities for the citizens of Mountain Home for quality of life. So when we're talking about these kind of things, how do you put a price on quality of life? To me, when I'm out there trying to solicit a business, they're going to say, hey, what do you have in the city of Mountain Home for my staff when I want to bring my business here? And the number 4 things are the cemetery, which if you can believe that one, library, parks and recreation, and the golf course. Those are the 4 big takeaways of bringing business here. So if whatever you guys decide, that is, if I had to ask for anything, I say we go to a pro, city pro, and then the ask would be to fill the pro shop. Let's see what kind of revenue we can generate. Let's see what kind of revenue or rounds played that we can generate with the new T-sheet structure, with the 4-out that you guys graciously allowed us to get, and I appreciate the hell out of that. I know it's come with some of its challenges. We're trying to get everything put in there and all that good stuff. That is just, if that's just my 2 cents. Take it, don't take it, but that's where I am. If it comes down to a vote and we're going to go one way or the other, that's where I'm going to vote on. Now, if we're going to do the RFQ, if we're going to do the hybrid, you know where I stand. Councilman Harjo, I'll get off my soapbox.
Yeah, thank you.
I understand we have a couple of members of the advisory committee in the room. Would you guys mind joining us in part of conversation? I got a couple of questions.
Sure. You want us to go up there?
Sure.
No problem. Thanks.
Thanks for taking the time to come with us and to be a part of the committee. One of the things the mayor said that is kind of lights the bulb of curiosity for me. So one of the comments said that there's what I would consider a significant amount of pro shop credit that some of the leagues carry. Can you expand on that?
Yeah, so for everybody that doesn't know me, I'm Alex Rodriguez. I actually run the men's league here in Mountain Home. So what we do is that we charge people to come and play. It's an annual deal, then they pay their green fee, separate, bypasses, whatever. So we currently have 72 members playing, or golfers playing in men's league every Wednesday night. That also brings money not just to the golf course, but to birdies and gets people out and about. So we have, I believe, $8,600 in the bank that is normally spent at the pro shop, ran through previous pro is what it was ran through, because we cannot legally give out cash by the end of the year. And that's how we pay. Currently the structure is the top 4 teams that finish by point systems. They get paid the bigger chunk. The rest of it goes to all the other teams that are involved, but also it helps fund more another tournament, which is the club championship tournament. So we have to find a way this year, if the pro shop does not get fulfilled, to give that out, and that could be gift cards to like Dick's Sporting Goods or somewhere outside of Mountain Home that money could be spent that people are earning in Mountain Home could be spent back in Mountain Home. So it's just kind of a big circle deal, and we're doing a lot. We actually have plans to do fundraising as well for scholarship fund for the high school golf team. Some of our money goes to there, along I believe with the women's league as well. So, but my biggest thing is that we're trying to cycle the money back into Mountain Home as well, and currently we can't.
Thank you. Follow-up question. So the 8,600 that you mentioned that the men's league has, would it be safe to assume that the ladies league and other leagues and tournaments also follow the same, where they're carrying some balance of retail?
Yes. I don't know for sure on the women's league, but I do know the club championship. It is also from the members. That is money that's going back into the pro shop as well. So,
Mayor, council, this is in the retail space called active customers. Going back to the concept of like shoot holes in this thing and narrow down the retail part. So you did have the city get into the limited golf retail space, and you've all heard me say it, and everybody in the golfing realm has approached me about this afterwards by my comments. I still maintain that the city does not need to get into the business of selling golf club sets that are thousands of dollars and having them sit on the shelf. But that doesn't prohibit us from making those sales through an ordering process, but still fulfilling what the golfing community needs in a retail space, like golf balls, tees, sun visor, sunscreen, gloves, grips, like that smaller level of initial investment. I feel like keeps us in a balance where you, as the golfing community, may have an opportunity to not just buy those things as a matter of convenience for those who do hold that stored credit, but as well those who are successful golfers, which I'm not, and have amassed a significant amount of stored credit that they could buy that set of Mizuno clubs or whatever through a matter of going through our pro shop. With $8,600 sitting here, potentially similar amounts in these other functions of groups that regularly utilize the golf course, That in and of itself, if we invested, I forget the figure that the mayor threw out there. My initial idea was, was 10,000 initial cost, 10,000 in capital to sustain the pro shop through its first few cycles of buying merchandise and restocking those things. But the revenue is already here to support that methodology. It's literally sitting right here. If we made $10,000 investment to start that business and $10,000 of reserve capital for a total investment of $20,000, we're halfway there, sitting right in front of us. And it will continue to be a captive business throughout its operation. That is good business sense. I don't play golf. You all heard me. I don't want to buy into the niche retail business of golf. That ensures that a limited capacity of reasonable retail while still offering the products through the retail space for special order, those dollars still come back and the margins still hit our revenue. I'm in favor of this part, knowing this fact right here, because that was something that was unknown to me previously. That these leads carry balances.
Well, and if I might too, I know there's been some talk about being in competition with the private sector. That's not really what a golf pro shop is all about. First of all, a golf pro shop usually has a higher profit margin put on your clubs, so that the tailor-made driver at a pro shop is going to cost you more than if you go to Golf Galaxy, right? But it's a convenience issue. Some people are willing to pay it, especially when they win money out there. They're not going to go to the Golf Galaxy. They'll spend it with their pro shop. So just want to clarify that we're not in competition. A pro shop would not be in competition with a Walmart, because Walmart doesn't carry the top high-end balls, for instance. They don't. They carry the cheap ones. Certain golfers like the more expensive ones, and that's what a pro shop's for.
Chris, I'm sorry, were you done?
Yeah, I'll yield for that. I appreciate your.
So I asked you a kind of a question. I asked, and Chris, come up here really quick. I asked Chris, I'm like, hey, if we did the pro shop, like, how much do you think we need to start? He was like, oh, what, $20,000, $45,000.
Report concerning this moment. I forwarded the email to you. This is just basic tournament play operations with all the outstanding groups and tournaments we have going out there. And I'll just read this. Let's talk about a tournament payout. Okay? Men's league is a tournament payout. So, for example, we had a group out there this weekend that paid $80 entry fee, $60 that you got back in green peas and carts. You know, they charged $80 to $100. They're getting their own prizes from other places and bringing it to your facility. It's money that normally would come through your facility. All right. So, you know, out of this $80 entry fee, $60 you're getting green peas, $20, that's $2,000 that would be saved in your pro shop. Okay, and that's still a little breakdown how you do a payout on here, which one. So we had two events in May, brought in $4,000 prize money. 3 events in June, we have a coming, that's $6,000. We have 4 events coming up in July, 3 in August, 3 in September. So that's $30,000 in pro shop sales that you're leaving on the table. If you get a 25% return on that, and then I added in $8,400 from the men's league and $2,200 from the men's league, so that's $40,000. Your 25% return, that's $10,000 in profit that you're throwing away. So, you know, between now and October.
And that's not just,
yeah.
Okay, that's only counting tournament stuff. The convenience of being there when you show up to play on a Tuesday night, Friday night, whenever it is, If you realize that you are out of golf balls, you can buy $5 sleeve of golf balls, but it's being spent in there. Whether the city makes 40% or whatever, it's just the convenient factor of being there. I personally already this year have had to order tees. I've had to order other things as well as like grips. So I'm getting new grips. I've done all that outside of Mount Home already, so I think I spent about $5 roughly in my golf equipment that I cannot spend in Mount Home. So that's one little tidbit. But
so I had people call to book a tee time. As we had left-handed rentals clubs, they had to force them. They all wanted to rent rental clubs. So even if we got that $20, now you're losing $240 around golf. 20 for rental, 60 for car hearing fees. So there's another 80 times 4, that's $320 just because one group we couldn't accommodate. Goes to the bottom line. It's things like that is why you're running in deficit. It's things like that I'm trying to change to accommodate. Like you don't close a course for a golf tournament. With your new system, that's merchandising for you. We're trying to go live with this July 1st. Jeff and I are on Zoom calls every Tuesday and Thursday. We're ahead of the game. We feel like they're holding us back right now to get this thing up and going. I just need the hardware ordered, which we have the credit, and I want to get this going by July 1st. That's my goal. And the merchandise, it's all tracked. I'll work directly with the city accountant. Sue's already been working with me to set up accounts for things. You don't need high ticket items. We do a demo day for tailor-made for Titleist. They come to us. Everybody gets to try out that brand new $600 driver. They want to order it. We have an account to order that. It's a combination. Okay, I worked for Golf Galaxy for 12 years. We do custom fitting. The custom fitters right here. The tailor-made fitters right there. That's what they do. We have post demo days and events where anybody can come out there. I'd like to have a free lesson day for everybody in the city, and there's so many things, opportunities are not happening. We have dead space between 2 and 4 o'clock. Nobody plays golf out there. There's opportunities to create more rounds of golf. I took a picture of the highway. You can't see the sign that says Desert Canyon as you drive by. There's huge opportunities, and there's no database created here. Everybody plays golf. We're going to track the name, phone number, email, and create a database where you can do mass marketing. Not just in Mount Home, but our biggest thing is 30 miles away, 40 miles away. Micron right there. 80% of the parking lot for weekends. 8 counties here. It's cheaper to play. But we need to market that area. I know exactly what they did with Twin Balls. Nobody in the right mind is going to, one, lease a facility at a profit loss situation. Okay? You based on what you're going to charge for rent, on what you make in profit. I worked for Troon Golf for 12 years. Your proposal from Troon Golf is wrote that proposal that I saw that's 3 years old. Right now, there is no strength. We have nothing but weaknesses.
Mayor.
I'm leader.
I think that's it. Councilman Kirk. Yeah, Councilman Kirk. Sorry.
Chris, did you say you sent out numbers to the mayor?
Yeah. I did an email before the golf board meeting, which I resigned from yesterday. So I sent this email I sent out at 12:21. I sent it to the mayor. This is just based on trying to play. I can give you all kinds of strength and SWOT analysis. I grew up here.
So, hang on a second, Councilman Harjo. Oh, yeah, thank you. Gentlemen, as members of the community, clearly a big portion of our discussion tonight revolves around the staffing model. Golf committee provided some feedback on the desire for the staffing model. Do you have any additional comments, feedback?
Well, I think
discussions.
I think what's been our frustration, and probably your frustration too, is that you have not provided a direction yet where this golf course is going to go. So here we are sitting on a golf course, but we don't really know the model, so how are we supposed to make recommendations? So it's been very frustrating as far as that goes. And I would just hope, I'm at the point where I really don't care where you guys decide, but please just decide something.
I'm the same way, yes.
I'm serious. The more we drag this out, the more frustrated people become.
We lost our.
Well,
okay. So,
Councilman Workman.
thank you. This is a lot of information. I want to request 5-minute recess, maybe 8-minute recess. I need to talk to Paul. So I'm gonna. Are you guys good with that?
Just one moment. I've been in the queue to speak, but I decided to get you in.
Okay.
I want to make one other comment, an observation from last year. When it comes to potential funding, there are several tournaments that are held that, in my past experience, I know those sponsors of those tournaments, and I'm talking tournaments like Simplot, like Curly's, I'm probably missing a couple of them, added money to the prize pool over and above what was brought in by the players.
Correct.
Yeah, and we call that the money. The money was added for the payouts. There were even sometimes when the former pro out there took his own personal money, of championships in the mine in particular, and he added several $100s from his revenues back into the tournaments for use back. He got cycled back through the pro shop, of course, but nonetheless, it is not just the number of players alone. For some of these tournaments, there is a significant amount of money that is added to those tournaments' prize pools by their sponsors.
Mr. Mayor, I have information on, or feedback on Twin Falls setup and how their pro shop was ran. My close friend actually is the assistant pro there now. He applied for the pro position, and I asked questions about kind of things going on with ours. And for him, it would make a total sense if the golf pro was a city employee, because then he would have all the great things to do. He wouldn't have to worry about the carts. He wouldn't have to do about anything like that. Now, if you go to a hybrid and the city controls the carts and the rainfalls, that is a major profits side of things for a pro. That's how they make their money, not just off of golf balls and everything else. So, correct. But we will down here.
Mr. Mayor, in your absence, Councilman Ward will ask for a 5-minute recess to resolve legal.
Oh, okay.
You good with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Everybody? Or just you need legal?
No, just don't you guys? Do you guys want a break? Do you guys want a 5-minute break? We still have to talk about water.
You done with us?
I sent Tiffany down. I appreciate the questions, Dave.
Well, I still will have questions. This is a legal constitution. We've got more than enough to make a form in that back room. Is that not the executive session?
No, I'm just talking to him.
I won't have this out.
Jenny would like to talk to me, that's fine. Correct. We don't get to have everybody come.
We're having a party and you're not invited. All right. I have mics in the walls have ears, of course.
None of the audio is being shut off.
No, don't touch it.
I'm just saying.
So yeah, you guys, we're still talking though because we don't want to touch it.
No, just for clarity.
Yeah, you're all right.
This hair does not know what to do.
Pro shop and get the 100% of that funding and operate the lessons, golf lessons, and get the revenue from that stream as well.
An emotion. Do I have a second? Hearing none, it dies.
I tried.
Oh my
here we kick a can again.
Mayor, Councilman McCarthy.
Councilwoman Workla, I appreciate your motion. The specifics on it, I understand. Again, I think for me, it's one of those going out for an RFP is rather broad to allow the private sector to come with their own business model instead of us trying to dictate on that. So with that being said, we'll make a motion for the city to go out for an RFP for operations and or maintenance for the golf course process for them to propose their grant.
It's been motioned and seconded. Do I have, or sorry, it hasn't been seconded. There's a motion. Do I have a second?
Mayor,
Councilwoman Workla.
it hasn't been seconded yet, but is there, again, there's no guarantee that these city employees would be able to keep their jobs, and in my good conscience, I can't do that to them.
Councilman McCarthy.
I understand the concern, but what I'm saying is let that come out. Nothing holds us to the RFP. If we come back and it says, nope, we are concerned about this, we want to go city, we want to keep staff, that is completely still within our realm. But it doesn't necessarily pigeon us whole into a piece that we have to go with it. That's all I'm asking is that go out and let the private sector, if we truly believe the private sector can do better than government, why not go out for a request for proposal just to see what they're offering and then have the conversation of, yep, let's do city.
Mr. Mayor, point of order. Councilman, this is discussion that should come after we have a motion on the table to discuss.
Sorry.
Well, Mayor,
Councilwoman.
okay, I will second it so we can have the conversation. That doesn't mean that I will vote for it, which is so backwards. So go ahead.
It's been motioned and seconded. Any further discussion? Councilman McCarthy.
Again, and all I'm saying is do our homework, go out and see what is option out there, and then we know we checked off the hybrid, we checked off the call we contracted. If it doesn't sound good, then we can go back to the city. I've said it once and I'll say it again. That's it.
Good. It's been motioned and seconded. Any further discussion?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Sanders.
If we are concerned about the current employees, if we are concerned about what we're doing to the golf course every day, we don't move forward and have a resolution for them. I go back to what we have discussed around the city being the sole operator, and that we are the sole operator default. And that we have, because our citizens have put us here, the responsibility to do what we feel is in the best interest for them, based on the guidance they provide us. And so far, we've been guided toward having a city employee who is pro. We accepted, but we tabled that recommendation from them a couple of council meetings ago. When we take that tact, if we have, and I'm not talking about someone who's been hired in a seasonal position and is working way outside of their job description, which doesn't exist anyway. We have a person who is hired specifically with the responsibility to grow that golf course. That is no different than handing that same set of responsibilities to a contractor and saying, provide the same result. It's the mechanism that we're looking at. We still have the same goal. And we have the resources in place right now to make that transition and start holding ourselves accountable at every level for what happens to that golf course, not only over the next couple of years, but within the next 6 weeks. And we have stretched this to the point where it's wearing thin on frustrations with the councils, and they're giving us information, and even with us. So I will say that I'm not opposed to having a RFP, but to go out for parties and maintenance. We can do that at any time, even while we are in the process of operating the golf course. And if somebody offers us a better business model and a better deal, we're better situated to make that transition, having being the total owners and turning it over to the contract to another operator. We will not be in that situation if we have a piecemeal between. So I'm going to go back to my original. I will not be in support of this motion at this time. I'm not saying it's a bad motion. I'm just saying for this moment in time, I'm not sure it's the fix we need going forward. I still would love to see it done because I am interested to see what other people would say, but I'm not willing at this point to want to wait another 6 months to get those answers for us to debate again, when we're in the process of losing what little momentum we had coming out of the last contract situation. So, that being said, I regretfully at this point in time can't support the motion.
Councilman McCarty.
I guess my question comes back to, we're trying to get it in city operated and looking at the city employee golf pro. How much money are we going to continually invest in the golf course when we have a public hearing action item tonight that's talking about golf rentals and a simulator where I'm going, to my understanding, we don't have that equipment, so there's a cost. So that's my question. I hear of potential $20,000 or $40,000 that we have to additionally invest in the golf course to keep it going. To me, again, this comes back to where do you draw the line? So.
There's been a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. Councilman McCarthy.
Aye.
Councilman Sanders.
Nay.
Councilman Harjo.
Nay.
Councilwoman Workla.
I hate this one.
I'll say aye. I know you're gonna vote.
Mayor says nay. Mr. Mayor, Councilman Sanders.
Just for the exercise of utility, if nothing else. There's a line of a movie somewhere that says when all of the reasons for something happening have been removed, whatever's left, no matter how absurd, must be true.
It's Star Trek.
Yes, thank you. I got one of the audience for the Trek.
Come on. And then that copied it from Sherlock Holmes. I'm getting frustrated.
That all being said, I will make a motion that we authorize the city to move ahead with the installment of a Class A pro as a city employee, as a director of golf operations in the city of Mountain Home, and that the council provide funding to ensure that position is funded through the remainder of this fiscal year, and will undertake further budget considerations in the upcoming budget setting. Further, that the golf course be authorized to open up retail for individual pieces of golf equipment and accessories not to exceed $150 in any single item value until such time as the budget can be set for the fiscal year 27.
There's been a motion. Do I have a second? Hey, Councilman Sanders, can I ask, what does that mean, $150 value?
Don't buy the gold-plated golf balls.
Oh, gotcha. Hearing. Do I have a second?
Second to push it on to discussion.
There's been a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Councilman Harder.
Councilman Sanders, thank you. I think these series of motions are showing us that we're driven but fairly misaligned as a lower fork here. I appreciate the majority of that motion. I voiced my opinion that in an effort to stay fiscally responsible for the remainder of this fiscal year, and as well continue the operation in a similar fashion that we have, presenting the concept of having a little bit of a status quo with our current staffing model, and then adopting the retail space. Adopting the retail space, I was previously opposed to, and then given some of the newer information, I definitely appreciate where it's going. I am struggling with the related costs that come with the full-time pro. The motion that was made also does not create a minimum threshold for the profit margin for retail space. I think that's the key element that I'm missing for that part. Setting the upper threshold of wholesale purchase, great. The minimum threshold of retail margin, I think is the piece I'm missing from that. Thank you.
Mr. Councilman Sanders. Okay. Sometimes in working this out, stabbing pains and new ideas pop in. For a brief moment, let's consider the notion that I might amend my motion. This is what you get to do in discussion. You can't do otherwise. That we maintain the current status quo through the end of the remaining fiscal year, and begin the process to release an RFP for third-party operations and maintenance proposals. So we start that ball rolling immediately. Maintain the status quo currently. And then in that motion also then keep the current status quo as current status quo. And then at a separate meeting, we come back and set the profit and loss margin on the merchandise. But I do really want to see them start having the ability to put some of that in there, just as a matter of the necessary convenience. I want them to have the ability to have rental clubs available. That was, again, something the prior contract individual provided that we are now short in. Just like we would have been short had he left and taken all of his carts with him. We didn't. We renegotiated those out. And of course, without rental clubs, doesn't get a chance to grow a relatively small but is not insignificant segment of the game. And growth is what this is about. We worry about growth in our neighborhoods. We worry about growth overall in the city. But when we've got something that's struggling financially and we know the answer is growth, then the conditions need to be conducive for that growth. You can't throw salt on a bunch of roses and expect them to smell nice. So I would love to hear from council members if they would like for me to consider an amendment to my motion along the part of the discussion previously by Councilman Harkin.
I'm not a council member, but I'm just going to ask a question. So, in your motion, were we giving you guys a list of, like I said, not the gold-plated balls, but say, here's the list of what we need to staff the pro shop with? Was there in that motion? I couldn't remember.
I don't want it to be implied, so I will state it directly. So I'll amend my motion. Take the rest of it, that old one, almost wipe it off. We're going to maintain the status quo currently for personnel.
And I mean, like, that amendment is really messy. Can we call the vote and it die? I'm sorry, and then just do a new one, please.
Okay. So there's been a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'm going to call for the question. Councilman Sanders.
Aye.
Councilman McCarthy.
Sorry. Point of clarification, what was the original?
The original motion I have.
Hold on, just withdraw.
Yeah.
No, just withdraw the
Mr. Mayor.
motion.
Councilman Sanders.
I'd like to withdraw my motion.
Thank you.
Okay.
That was too messy.
It was very.
So.
So, Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Sanders.
back into the fray. I would move as the staffing remain at status quo through the end of this fiscal year. That the city be authorized to purchase rental clubs, golf balls, tees, and other personal necessities. The total investment not to exceed $25,000. Pricing for retail items at no less than a 10% profit margin. And the city release RFPs for operations and maintenance not later than 1 August.
Council, I have a motion. Do I have a second? Hearing none. Motion fails. Mayor, Councilman Harjo.
I asked the council, well, we've circled this topic, but haven't really discussed it, but it's been brought up by several council members using the terminology operations and maintenance. Is it truly the intent of the council to step away from the current maintenance staff? I mean, it's just like a straight up question. We have Jake's staff. Is that the intent?
Mayor.
Yeah, that's
Council, Councilman Worklow.
Clarify. So we need step away, like just not have them on the payroll doing their jobs, just getting a new third party for maintenance.
Councilman Harjo.
Yeah, I mean, I think this terminology keeps getting thrown out, and it seems to indicate to me that we're ready to terminate staff in favor of potential respondents to an RFP.
Mayor.
Councilman Worklow.
Absolutely not. No. No, no, no. We do a great job. No.
So, council, my question on this is
You can agree to disagree.
we have a golf committee that gave us a recommendation for a Class A Pro. Obviously, we can get some revenue of teaching, all that kind of stuff. They know how to do the tee sheet. They know how to get rounds of play. That would be my ask is whatever direction, like RFPs, yeah, we'll knock those out. We'll get them done by August. No problem. I agree with the 10% profit, absolutely. Yeah. It's just.
This is part of the runaround, the mental exercise. The little squirrel is going, the hamster's going nuts in the cage. And I go back and I say, can I ask you to work well? And I don't disagree with the current employees. I think they work their tails off out there, especially with the constraints they're having to work under right now. So, on the one hand, you said that you don't want to have the city government can't do it well.
I'm meeting in the middle, this mayor. This is me meeting in, I'm sorry, this is me meeting in the middle, right?
I agree that I don't really want to see them displaced. If I really felt strongly that one needed to be displaced, we'd be talking about a whole different venue, right? So we're not doing that. It's not a question of that. But if we go back to what this council and this city wants to do on the golf course, if we're saying we can't figure out a way ourselves to operate effectively and efficiently to the benefit of our patrons, then we need to find somebody who can, because the value of this golf course at its bottom line is in what it provides back to its citizens. The risk in that, one of the many risks in that, is that once you let that control go, you put it in a contract out to a third party, you give up on, you almost wash your hands of what happens to your current organization and structure and how you've done things in the past. That's why it's such a big break to do. And that's why at this point, I think we're better postured to prove ourselves right by keeping it than we will be to wonder if we did the right thing by going out.
Mayor. Yeah, so this is Jenny's motion. Sorry. This is third person. This is me meeting in the middle. Okay? I mean, if you guys know me at all, you've been sitting up here for a bit, you know where I stand on a lot of things with government. This is me meeting in the middle. Mayor, I will make a motion to advertise for an RFQ for the hybrid position. The position would be a Class A Pro. The benefits of the Class A Pro would be that they get to solely operate and get the revenue from the pro shop, and they get the revenue from the lessons.
There's a motion. Do I have a second? Second. There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Mayor, Councilman McCarthy.
Councilwoman Worklow, the last part you're saying in the RFQ, so you're proposing basically the hybrid model.
Yes, sir.
Mayor. Okay. So again, when I said request for proposal, I said maintenance and or operation. So we had a previous contractor who was in charge of the operation, and we had the city for the maintenance piece. That was the hybrid. So when we have an RFP, if we leave it broad, again, it shows they can propose it for just operations, they can propose it for operations and maintenance. I guess what I'm confused about, though, with Councilman Sanders with your previous motion, which I agreed for the maintaining status quo in the RFP, is the price for the pro shop, $25,000, when we had a special meeting regarding $4,900 for golf items. And so I don't understand. It seems like we're going backwards towards the city maintaining that. So I really would have liked to have seen that motion without the cost for the items for the golf pro, just because, or pro shop, just because we had a special meeting regarding golf items out of the Idaho fund, or the Idaho Power Fund. So,
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Sanders, during those meetings, I had hoped to have made myself clear that what we were looking at was because it was outside of what we had previously discussed and not yet discussed. That actions were taken involving funds that weren't under council's direction or guidance and came to us as an after action. We were asked to go back and ratify a decision made that wasn't within the scope of what we felt the decisions were available to. Here, I'm trying to do it the proper way. So I will protect form and function, and that's what I was doing in those earlier meetings. Now I'm trying to put it in the proper form so we can have the function. And if we can't agree to that, then let's remove it and find out what we can agree on, because it's past time in my mind.
Councilman Harjo? I think as council and staff understand that I don't like to have meetings about meetings. I do think we're getting pretty cyclical about about our intentions today. I'd like to gauge the council's interest in creating a special meeting where we literally put a matrix up on that big board of all of the different functions so we can scientifically step through that and get the thing that we need, because we're losing portions in motions. The bite is very big, and there are parts that I think some of us are willing to negotiate, and other parts of these that we're not so willing to budge from. We've been on this topic for nearly an hour now. We've had multiple motions made that failed. I think we're reaching a stalemate point where perhaps we should look at a future opportunity to look at this. I hate to push it out farther because the people are due an answer on this, but I can't see us coming to a decision at this juncture.
Oh, yeah. Who had the motion?
Jim.
I'm sorry, Danny. So there's been a motion. Is there a second?
There was a second.
Oh, there was a second. Okay. Any discussion? Councilman Harjo, we're sorry, I didn't cut you out. Okay.
There was a motion.
Yeah. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. Councilman Harjo.
Nay.
Councilwoman Workla.
Aye.
Councilman McCarthy.
Aye.
Councilman Sanders.
Nay.
Mayor votes
Do
nay.
you even know what my motion was? You got confused. Mayor. Do you know what my motion was when you voted?
Do I need to?
You voted. You're the tiebreaker.
Yeah, yours was the RFQ for the hybrid, or for the, yeah. So, I thought it was for the RFQ to go out for an RFQ for the pro.
So, for third party, yes. So RFQ for the pro only hybrid position. So what we pretty much have implemented now, but we go out for an RFQ. So then we are putting out the bid to more populace, right? More, it's to see who else will apply. It's what you have established now, sir.
No, I have a manager now, not a pro. I have a seasonal.
Seasonal
That
pro.
happens to be. So as I've said to the council how I would go, and I've been very open about it. We need a pro that can do everything on an inception and the tee sheets and to get the rounds of play going if we don't want to raise rates. Councilman Sanders.
The Councilman Harjo's earlier request around special meeting, this may be one of those where I wish the open meeting law didn't apply. Because I'd like no better than lock us all in a room and guarantee we don't come out till we have an answer. And I don't know that that would be trackable under the open meeting law.
It's the lock it.
But if the council members could agree to come back together, it would be a whole sole only reason for their existence being coming up with an answer. I'll clear whatever calendar I have to.
Mayor. If we didn't come in tonight prepared, then failure on us. You guys deserve a decision tonight.
You failed for 2 years, trying to do something.
Right? Yes, sir. You're right. Yes. Time to take action.
Councilman McCarthy.
I'm just going to take a shot in the dark before we decide, because I do think it's time to have some action on it. So I will make a motion to maintain status quo through the end of fiscal year and begin the RFP process to be published on August 1st, 2026.
Sorry. The RFP for what? Maintenance, operation, hybrid.
Maintenance and or operation. Wrong. Sorry, Mayor.
McCarthy. Councilman McCarthy. Yeah. Pay attention, please.
I'm holding them in there.
RFP for maintenance and or operation. It includes clarification, that includes a hybrid and or a contract model.
You, Councilman McCarthy, I have the key from the one you sent me. Right. Okay. Second.
Second.
Any further discussion? A motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Sanders.
while I am very appreciative of while I'm very appreciative of the first half of the motion to have it be status quo, it doesn't change the situation. But at least it formalizes that we're not going to do anything. Except go out for a request for proposals. And if that's the council's will, then so be it.
The motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing now, I'll call for the question. Councilman Sanders.
Aye.
Councilman McCarthy. Aye. Councilwoman Workla.
Nay.
Councilman Harjo. I'm getting tired.
I'm running out of paper.
Nay. So, proposal. Compromise. City Pro. RFQ of the same motion.
Crap show.
Just work with me here. Because I could do it all, because it's going to take a little bit, like Councilman Sanders said, it's like a 6 month, it's going to take a little bit for everyone to get all their stuff back. City Pro, see what we get with the RQ or RPs, whatever they are, whatever. RQ. Pro Shop. And what if I throw in a caveat? No, I'm not going to do that. No, I'm going to shut my mouth.
You're going to buy the pro equipment, pro shop equipment, right?
Absolutely. I'll buy the $4,900 Pro Shop equipment. Everything else is on you guys.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Sanders.
that would include, when we talk having the pro, within the status quo, we just take the seasonal employee and basically take his non-job description and turn him loose to do the functions we normally would expect for a person with his skill, knowledge, and ability. And we keep the budget then the same through the rest of this fiscal year? Is that kind of your mind thought?
Keep the budget the same.
In other words, he's still going to be getting paid what he's getting paid.
Oh, it's not. That's the yeah, no.
Okay.
No. Councilman McCarthy.
Just to point out, Lewiston's RFP, they actually did it quicker than 6 months. They started about end of November, and they ended basically the end of March. So, 5 months. I'm curious what can you expand more on what you were bringing up? Sorry.
Who's on first?
No, for your initial, you said compromise. I'm curious.
Oh, it's obviously you know what I want. You know what the golf board wants.
No, because they don't know what they want.
Yeah. I have absolutely, and I agree with Councilman Sanders. I agree with you that why not go out and look? Absolutely. Send it out to the ethos. We might come back and they may give you a smoking hot deal and say, hey, we're willing to do everything. You turn it over. My thought process is let us try. Let us try to do it in-house. Let us try to fail or succeed but give us a window like Caldwell did. They told, the council said, if you don't get it profitable in 5 years, we're selling the damn course. Now, I'm not asking for 5 years. I'm not asking for anything. But to me, I don't have a problem putting tax dollars into the course either, though. I put my tax dollars into the library. I put my tax dollars into the parks. I put it into recreation. I have no problem spending my tax dollars on the golf course. And I think it's an amenity, and I'll die on this sword that that course is an amenity, and it's quality of life. And you can't put a dollar on quality of life. And you hear statistical data that say, oh, only 1 to 2% of people use that golf course. Well, I don't know how many people use the cemetery, but I sure don't. I love my library. They crush it. They do phenomenal work. And I don't know if it's 1 to 2% use the library too. So those are just, when we're comparing apples to apples, it's never going to be apples to apples. It's going to be apples and oranges. Like, I don't use the pool. When I go there and I see all the smiling faces, what do we have capacity almost every night? Those are things that bring in revenue, but it's not, that's my struggle. I was going down the road of it should pay for itself too. But now I'm to the point where no, I have to think of it as long term. What does it do for the quality of life of the citizens? What does it do for acquisition of trying to bring in a business? So I have no problem subsidizing it with tax dollars. We do it for every other department. And that's just my 2 cents. Sorry, I got it.
Councilwoman Warfield, can I ask for clarification? Your proposal basically was a hybrid. And I had asked for an RFP that would basically include that potential option. And thus the option doesn't use taxpayer money currently for the pro shop of $15,000, $20,000, or $40,000, some of the numbers that have been thrown out tonight. So I guess I'm kind of curious if I can understand your thought process on your vote.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, sorry. My thought process of it is that I look at things pretty linear. So we have 3 options, right? We have it where we have two individuals here that are gung-ho, let's have the government fund the golf course, right? Okay, no, actually, no. Okay, and let's see if we fail, right? Well, I'll tell you right now, you already failed with the railroad park, sir, right? And so, and fiber, in my opinion, only my opinion, a lot of constituents, but keep government out of this, okay? That I can't, on my principles, I can't even settle with a 25,000 thing. Because, sir, you put us in such a hard spot when you start strong-arming us by using that Idaho power donation and getting the pro shop equipment. And then I saw $50,000 going out for the simulator. How is that going to get funded, right?
There's nothing. No. I had to get quotes to bring.
Why would you even go out and get quotes when we haven't decided what direction we're going?
Correct. So I have them when you do decide.
It's government control, okay? And we're going to get on that with water here in the next hour. So I can't. Principal thing, I cannot, right? Third party sounds great, but then when you're affecting people's livelihoods that have had longevity of working for the city for so many years, I'm sorry, I guess I am human, and that tugs at me. I have to take that into consideration, right? That's a lot of people that would potentially lose their jobs. So this is Jenny meeting in the middle by saying, let's go with the hybrid position, like great old TJ, right? However, it's not the same because of the revenue, but I know you did differ on me on that because you said, the revenue stream is different. I'm saying give that a shot. Give that a shot for 2 years, okay? And if it fails, then it fails. And then we'll look at it again. So it's pretty much what Councilman Harjo got going the last 2 years. However, it's going to be with a pro, okay? It's going to be with a pro that's going to be a TJ, giving his lessons, running the pro shop as his own, did I say hustle? Okay. and just see what the revenue is with that. And I guess I'm asking just, let's try that. Let's just try it. To me, that's the simplest way where we can kind of take one extreme and your extreme and meet in the middle.
Mr. Mayor, who wants to go first? Councilman Sanders?
You do 4A.
All right, Councilman McCarthy then.
And I understand the concern. And Jake and the golf, they do great work. It's not something that we're saying, yep, we're getting rid of everyone and this is the way it's going to be. It's simply just going, let's see what the private sector comes out. Can you add to that? It's asking the private sector to come out and just give us what their business proposal, which would include the option of the hybrid. That's simply it. If it comes back and there's no proposals, or there's only contract, then we can decide of, no, this is not the direction we want to go. But right now it's RFQ or RFP for a hybrid with some pieces of it, or we're going to spend money on the golf pro shop at $25,000. So again, it's one of these of just putting it out there to see what the interest is. That's it. And I'm sure that there's comments made that or claims that, yep, we're just taking jobs. It's not it. It's just figuring out what all the options are before we say, yep, city's the best way to go and we're going to employ. Because that True Golf report even proves the point that when we had the contract with TJ, after all those years, he was slowly minimizing that gap in the expenditures and the revenue, the deficit that we have. And so we know that the hybrid work can work, but it comes back to having that, as you said earlier, that hustle to keep that business model going. So why not just explore it to see if it's out there and then come back and say, nope, nobody wants to deal with our golf course, so now we have to figure out how we're going to do it city operated.
Councilman Sanders.
Okay. It is getting sicker, Councilman Marjo. It is. With the hybrid, TJ was closing the gap. We were closing the gap. That was going on up until 2 years ago. If we were to go back to the same kind of contract originally held by Mr. Gomez, we would have to turn over our carts. We have to end our lease. The same thing would happen. Just a minute now. The same thing would happen because right now the city is in the lease with those carts. We'd have to break that lease, whether it was a third party that took it over or whether we turned those over to get an original contract because it would be looking for those revenue streams. That's an additional cost potentially that needs to be considered when we start breaking what we've built so far. The city councils over the last several years have put in place the situation we are in now where we have, as a city, taken on key aspects of what was previously a true hybrid model. In the last 2 years, we had a bridge contract that was supposed to get us through. It got us to here. So if we go out right now and say, let's contract for a Class A pro and give them certain revenue streams, turn around and go ahead and go out for an RFP just to see what's out there, you're going to eliminate a position, whether it's a contractor leaving or whether it's a city employee you've allowed to bring on, if you go out for and take on one of these bids that may come in that you like. We've got good people. We've got good skill sets. We only have to move a few pieces around sideways. We don't have to go out for anything to improve what we have going on right now. And still go out and find out there's something better, but not on the hope or on the discussion. We need to move so that people are getting the quality they've come to expect and have enjoyed for the past several years. And we're losing ground as the clock ticks.
Councilman Marjo.
This council was very adamant. And if you'll recall, I was relatively opposed to the concept of having a golf advisory committee. On its face, I felt like I could predict with relative certainty that the recommendations of the Golf Advisory Council or the Golf Advisory Committee would be largely ignored. I think seeing in the rearview mirror here that for the most part, I believe my assumption was correct, but it comes from a point of being frustrated that we put so much effort into creating that as the body of the council, creating that, to largely ignore their recommendations. This is all very, very time consuming. The Golf Advisory Committee had recommended city take on the retail space. Am I missing anything, Joan?
Wait, Mayor?
There was a couple other things I believe in there, but grand scheme of things, yes. I was at one point 2 city council meetings ago. I believe that was our recommendation.
That advisory committee, as those who voted for it, was billed as the voice of the people, the voice of the golfers. We need to have that. We need to have that voice to give us the recommendation as the advisory committee. And largely, this entire conversation would basically ignore what the Golf Advisory has brought forward as their recommendation as a body. The golfers know what they want out of this. Their advice to the council was pretty clear. It was pretty concise in the grand scheme of things. It did leave some room for how do things get funded and so on and so forth, right? And that's all a conversation that I've tried to bring up tonight of like the particulars of how you start that, right? Like authorizing the thing is one thing, but how it gets paid for, what pool of money, and what business model, margins, how do you do a startup cap versus a reserve cap? Like all of those things are kind of separate from like the block of recommendation that the Golf Advisory Committee gave us council. Is there any desire from this council to observe their presentation now? We tabled it a couple meetings ago, but it seems like we've kind of danced around that entire topic and nobody's presented it as their option.
Mayor? We called them up, and I'm so sorry, I don't know that I'm so sorry, what's your name, sir? No, not Alex.
Scott, what's up?
Scott, yeah, Scott, you said, I don't care which way you guys go, make up your mind. That's what I heard tonight, Councilman Harjo. So I was not.
You heard it at this point, yes, but you know, if I might just say this, we've been a golf board member now for a couple of months. We have had zero interaction with the council.
That's what tonight is. We don't meet because of a meeting laws outside of this.
I think a lot of this could have been alleviated had we been networking together right from the start.
Yeah. So, sir, I'm sorry, but we can't do that outside, right? We can't do that outside. We can you can talk to us one-on-one, but that's what it's an open meeting law violation if we do that. Okay. So that's what tonight is. So this was your option. So you guys can come back up if you want, Scott and Alex. You can come back up tonight and tell us what way forward. But when you had your chance, you told me, I don't care what you do, make a decision, move forward.
Which
right?
Seems to not be working.
Okay, so yes, and my second part, so please come up here and present then, if you have a presentation.
No, but I
These guys, they're not a quorum, and their committee already gave the recommendations to the council, and they were voted down.
Exactly.
Last night? Your last night?
Remember
two meetings ago.
I will pull them up now.
I have them.
We had 8 recommendations.
Councilman Sanders, will let you read them.
I am reading from the agenda of the council meeting dated May 12, 2026. Action item, discussion decision regarding the recommendation from the Golf Advisory Committee recommending that the position of golf professional be established and hired as a city employee. Action item, discussion decision regarding the recommendation from the Golf Advisory Committee recommending that the city owns and operates the golf course pro shops under the guidance and expertise of the golf pro / director of golf. Action item, discussion decision regarding the recommendation from the Golf Advisory Committee recommending the adoption of the 4UP golf management software system for golf course operations. Action item, discussion decision regarding the 4UP golf course management software system agreement and execution of documents. And finally, action item, discussion decision regarding the termination of the existing golf management software and system Zen.
Read the outcome.
Action item number 1 on the regarding the recommendation the advisory board was tabled because it wasn't right yet because we had not set the course and direction. Same for 2 and 3. 3 we actually acted on, and 4 and 5 we took action on.
They were tabled indefinitely.
They were tabled indefinitely. They weren't tabled with prejudice. They could be brought back at any time. But at that point in time, this council had not set a direction, so.
So, Mayor.
Go ahead, T.
So, these gentlemen speaking tonight are here in the capacity of individual public citizens. They're not in the role of golf advisory.
Even though they sit on that.
Even though they sit on it.
Right. Councilman McCarthy.
Appreciate it, gentlemen. I know this is frustrating. I think I'd like to come back to my pull up the agendas. All I see here is the agenda from the Golf Advisory Committee for May 4th. 1, discussion action item, city employees golf pro position. Action item number 2, the city operates the pro shop and inventory. I see all the city operations. So my question comes back is, was the hybrid or the contract model ever discussed in depth as an action item?
It was discussed.
As an action item.
Not as an action item, no.
So, I think we're going around in circles, as it's been pointed out. I know Councilman Farjo had brought up about not having a meeting for a meeting, but I wonder at this time if we should maybe have a joint meeting with the advisory golf committee to have an open discussion and have this all out. Okay? Take the parts from what Councilman Farjo discussed about putting up on the board as a workshop to hash this out. So with that being said, I will make a motion then to table this action item tonight. Action decision regarding golf course staffing, structure, and operation budget to have a joint meeting with the Golf Advisory Committee to discuss this openly in a workshop at a set date.
We need the date.
Day works.
What date? Sooner the better.
I don't mean to be. Can you just trust me that I'll work with everybody and get it scheduled? I know you want a date tonight, but there's several other people and they golf in multiple weeks. So, for respect of people's calendars.
Thank you, Tiffany. I'll make my motion.
Second.
It's been motion and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. Councilman Warkla.
Aye.
Councilman McCarthy.
Aye.
Councilman Harjo.
Aye.
Councilman Sanders.
Aye.
Well, then I guess number 2 is going to be 3. And the reason we can't do it is old business.
You don't want to talk about one.
Hearing none, I'll call for the question.
Aye.
Coming down to item for consent agenda.
This particular request for authorization, it's even a request, caught my attention. While I do appreciate and do understand the amount of distortion these particular environments, the buzzards and the Thompson ground squirrels, which we commonly call lovingly our whistle pigs, can make. Having known several farmers and ranchers that have decried their burrowing ways and the effect it has on livestock. It was the safety measures paragraph that got my attention. And I'm going to take the opportunity to read it with your indulgence. Safety measures. If authorized, the airport manager will conduct all wildlife control activities in a safe and responsible manner. Under no circumstances will firearms be discharged in the direction of State Highway 51, residential areas, or community developed areas. I was flying along with this as a pretty good idea until I got to that one. I am not a huge fan of launching lead projectiles out into city property in the hope that they don't land someplace other than their intended target. I don't have any description here of how that method would be imposed or who would be utilizing that. And as a gentleman with some background in firearms and safety and range operations, I need a little more clarification of what the intent is here, because based on this, the only thing I would see to be maybe workable would be a shotgun with number 6 shot that has a pellet range that won't exceed 450 meters in flight when it's misaligned and shot in the sky. But a 22, I can travel over a mile. Anything larger, even further. Even some of these adult air guns are not firearms per se, but they're pretty potent. And while that can be a form of dealing with this issue, I also know there are a lot of other ways to undertake this, and I don't know for sure if they're addressed in here. I know the coordination was done with City Police Department, coordination was done with Idaho Fish and Game, but I find it difficult to believe they would see this, the use of firearms as the only method for getting this accomplished. So I need more clarification, please.
Chris, in the fiscal impact, you said authorization will allow airport staff to address the issue using existing resources. Usually when fire and police, do their report where they're going to pull it from, they state where. Do you know what existing resources this will come from?
Mayor, the airport manager is going to provide all that. It's not going to come out of any city funding.
All right, Council. So, Councilman Sanders,
Mr. Mayor, I requested action, minimum removing nuisance burrowing varmints, nuisance pigeons, and other flying animals on the property. I can see the value in that. I'm really concerned about, again, how that's going to be performed when firearms are involved. We've had a vice president lately that actually shot a hunting friend because he was swinging the shotgun following his intended target and wound up hitting something he had no intention of hitting. So in my firearms world, I find that kind of an open-ended thing disturbing point.
well, I tell everyone ask. The question's always no unless you ask.
Yep.
So we're
I'd
good
like
at asking.
Before I would take any action on this, I would love to have those questions answered.
Mayor, I'll go back to Tom and get clarification.
Okay.
Thank you.
It's table number 4. Okay. Got a motion to table it until next.
I move we table this action item until such time as we get a report back from the airport manager and Director of Public Services regarding the use of firearms in executing this item.
Second.
The motion and second. Any further discussion? Hearing now, I'll call for the question. Councilman Sanders.
Aye.
Councilman Harjo. Aye. Councilwoman Wickola.
Aye.
Councilman McCarthy.
Aye.
We're going to run down to number 5. And this one, Councilman Harjo, I'm gonna let you take that one.
Okay. Try and get something.
Mayor, real quick, while he's getting that up. Who wrote the resolution?
Mayor.
Councilman Harjo?
I wrote the resolution as a part of a grander scheme of how the city of Mountain Home can be better stewards of our water infrastructure. And in an effort for source water protection, as soon as I can get this on the screen here, I apologize. Teams. Hey, there we go. All right. Thanks for bearing with us through that, please. I've been attending throughout my 31 months or whatever it's been nearly every county commission meeting, water district meeting, irrigation district meetings regarding anything about water in Elmore County. The following presentation, we're going to kind of get through kind of quick because I know we're under a time crunch. The intent here, straight off the bat, is these are ideas that our community can utilize. We're not limited to these ideas. Not all of these need to come to fruition, but we are in a drought, and that is undeniable. Idaho Department of Water Resources and the governor defined that back in April. Let's get past the state statute, and here you go. Municipal corporations and what cities are offering powers to govern water. 7-1A-3 is right in the resolution. These are the more important points. Governor and Idaho Department of Water Resources ordered declaring a statewide drought emergency. Happened in April. IDWR also sent an early notice to Snake River water users about their trust water rights and understanding that the drought in our neck of the woods here is at a critical point. And then Elmore County's regional water sustainability is a factor that the county has brought forward, called Mountain Home Plateau Aquifer Regional Water Sustainability Program. This is the big push from the Elmore County Commissioners and their water team. They've been engaging with Idaho Department of Water Resources regularly and have obtained some funding. This is their problem statement from the Idaho Water Resource Board Finance Committee funding request. I wanted to clip this specifically because the problem statement states the problem. It's very clear. We have a groundwater deficit. It is a long-term deficit. We regionally have a problem with our use exceeding recharge. This page has a screenshot from the conclusions of an Idaho Department of Water Resource engineering report from the early 80s based on late 70s data that expressly states the annual variations in recharge, that this is an extremely sensitive area. We have loads of data that talk about in our city even that resolution, typo there, that's supposed to be 2026, all our apologies, that even within our city, the concept of alternating days of watering are not new, dating back to 1980, 1981, 1994, where various levels of drought or equipment emergencies have required us as a city to adopt limited watering schedule. Being good community neighbors is the driving goal of the following parts of this presentation. Mountain Home, the city of Mountain Home, the people of Mountain Home possess a very enviable portfolio of senior water rights. The risk of drought year curtailment may be moderately low for the municipal wells, but the big questions remain. Are we being conscious of future generations? 2 slides back, we saw that we have significant decline in our aquifer. It is undeniable. And the next question is, are we being good neighbors to those in the surrounding county with residential wells? The previous version of this body saw at least one county resident come to the city requesting to annex in because their well has gone dry. They were adopted into the city at their request, brought onto municipal water supply, but that is not the end of that story. There are other instances. I want to say Mountain Water District, for instance, might be a good candidate for wells that are affected by local aquifer pull, but there are neighbors. These are people that, in Mellon instance, for example, we have an ongoing land lease agreement for their plot for their community well. This snapshot right here is straight from the 2019 Water Facilities Planning Study for the City of Mountain Home, showing at that point in 2019 the snapshot of water rights that the City of Mountain Home has. And again, it's very enviable in its first in time, first in right priority dates. There are notable comprehensive plan references that talk specifically about taking steps to protect the quantity and quality of groundwater resource. Some of this boils back to the 2016 Source Water Protection Plan, which, frankly, in my opinion, we are overdue to address. It's over 10 years old now, and if we were to start today, it would be well into 2027 before we can complete that. The other highlighted portion here we'll get to in a few, but it's notable here. View treated water as a community asset and look for beneficial uses of reused water. Again, notable comprehensive plan references. Section E, review and amend the development requirements pertaining to water use, including surface irrigation and water conservation. Another key portion of information to take there. Comprehensive plan references, again, safeguard the environment. Open space conservation may be an inexpensive way to safeguard drinking water, clean air, and achieve other environmental goals. Read that as water security as well, in my opinion. 812 subsection D, encourage the use of native, drought-tolerant, fire-resistant plants, landscaping for easier maintenance, and to preserve water resources. In my opinion, the City of Mountain Home must have a smart response to drought. We live in an arid desert. We are not neighbors to a river system. We do not have a annual creek flow that maintains a 365-day flow. Our only non-naturally occurring method of recharge at the moment is the Mountain Home Irrigation District, and according to the chairman of their board, they are shutting off this week, which equates to 2 to 3 months earlier than their nearly 130-year history. So as of later this week, we're going to see impacts, notable impacts, as it's been shown before, in the 80s and in the 90s, to static well levels dropping throughout our region when that recharge, what we see as a benefit, and they've previously recognized as loss. The data is very clear in that instance that their infrastructure plays a large part in our static water levels. So these are some water-wise goals that I set out for myself that I will ask the council to work with me on. And I believe that this is a pretty aggressive approach. And I say that from the perspective of, I believe we have things we can work on. There are probably things that are not on this calendar of concepts that I'd like to push for. Resolution 1926R was the first of several steps, and it was because it was the low-hanging fruit. Resolutions can occur faster than ordinance change. However, the next planning and zoning meeting, my intent is to meet with Brenda prior to that and present some concepts for land use chart and definitions requiring that We address our land use chart and definitions regarding data centers in Mountain Home. We, as a cold, hard, plain fact, we do not have the water that data centers require, and we definitely don't have the wastewater treatment to treat forever chemicals or highly mineralized water for those industrial uses. June 23rd council meeting. I'm going to bring forward an ordinance that takes a strong look at potable water usage for construction and restrict that use to the area of impact that we recently adopted in late 2025 with the Elmore County Commission. Address bulk water fees and carve out specific use for Elmore County facility uses. We have a strong partnership with the county and our regional transfer station. They utilize our bulk water. Figuring out the mechanism in which we keep our relationship with them protected, as well as addressing bulk water fees, which I believe are long outdated. Councilwoman Workla hit it directly on the head earlier. The relationship of the cost to our city residents versus non-residents. City residents should be protected. This infrastructure is theirs. This aquifer is all of ours, but the city's infrastructure belongs to the city residents. But that also doesn't declare that we can't be good neighbors to our neighbors just outside of our city limits. We're going to go into a budget season here in a few weeks, and we really should be looking at water-wise budget mindset. There are a handful of things that I want to work with city staff on between now and then that probably fall below the line financially of what would show on a CIP, but there might be a couple that we'll all be surprised by that I have an iron in the fire for. Referencing back to some of the comp plan stuff. The city facility water use presentation that I hope to complete by July 14th, working with both our Parks Department and our golf course superintendent, defining the use of city water in public facilities, showing what our historic uses are, showing what recent advancements we've made that haven't necessarily been in the public eye, but recent advancements and investments for the community that save water to the order of hundreds of thousands of gallons annually. How the city is already making those changes in those community spaces, that is a presentation that I will bring forward on July 14th. August timeframe, I'm going to go back to P&Z and start addressing Title IX, Chapter 11 under landscape, new development. Under our current code, there's not an express forbiddance of artificial turf, but as Brenda pointed out to me in our candid conversations about the big view of concept of all this, we don't really allow it either, even though we have it installed in our downtown. If we're going to be water wise and we're going to promote this in development, we should have some express allowance for water-wise landscapes such as artificial turf. We could be looking at different application of those landscape ordinances, whether that's smaller yards requiring more xeriscape, where it is suggested now to be more intelligent about our water use as a community. 2026. This is one that I've spoken with mayor and staff about. We have a potential opportunity to negotiate a new beneficial use for our treated Class C water coming out of our chlorination chamber at the sewer lagoons, putting it to beneficial use for both the aquifer and our surrounding community. And it's possibly a potential revenue source. There's a lot to be discussed in there. It is not prepared for tonight. I wish it was. I am very hopeful that instance could mean a near-term solution for our water storage issues in the lagoons. Again, there's going to be a lot of science and engineering behind how much water we can flow. This year is probably the worst year to be talking about this because the likelihood of the city of Mountain Home land applying the amount of water that we do have, we're probably going to pace ahead of typical schedule, which means that perhaps the city farm and the contract there needs some adjustment as well. I have also in 2026 potential facilities planning and engineering for that beneficial reuse. If that agreement can come to fruition, and maybe that agreement doesn't come to fruition, but utilizing that water in more locations, if we have it available, may reduce our need for an immediate reaction to something like evaporative or new cell or mechanical treatment right now. We all know that we need a wastewater treatment solution. This might buy us a little time at the lowest possible cost and potentially even, create some revenue back on that. 26-27, alignment of economic and development goals or economic development goals to water availability. Some of the ideas of manufacturing plants, the idea of cold storage, these are all concepts that have floated around out here, and I think it's wise of us to take a really strong look and work with our economic development director and define what realms we understand we are capable of and what we are not capable of, and codify that within our own guiding documentation. And then 27-28 is one that I've hoped and wished for quite some time, and I talked to our park superintendent about again today, the potential of creating a parks facility master plan. There are some beautiful versions of parks master plans out in the world. If anybody likes to use the Google machine, look up McKinney, Texas. They have a fantastic parks facility master plan that not only describes the park facilities, but also does a deep dive into the amenity and the use of water and wise water in their Texas landscape. Those are my 16 slides. I understand that this resolution got a lot of notoriety in a short period of time, and it was proclaimed to be a blatant stab at government overreach, but it is really a part of a larger concept of an aggressive look at how to conserve water in our community. Not every solution on here can come to fruition just by the odds alone. And I'm sure my fellow council members and staff have more ideas to add to a list like this, but I think we are far overdue for a reaction and pro-action when it comes to addressing water security in our community. I understand tensions have been odd and high around that topic of the resolution, and odd and long in the tooth here for tonight around this council meeting, and we're bumping up against time in 10 minutes. I'm going to request a table consent item number 5 until we can address this as a larger community. I do want to push this off until the next council meeting so we can all breathe some deep, fresh air. But understand that we have a duty not just to our citizens, but our entire community to also be looking at water solutions for ourselves. That includes city operations, residents. One thing that I will leave with, and I think will be my last point, is there was a lot of heated discussion in the community about that resolution. One specific point I would like to make is not only is this not a new concept, many cities in Idaho in this season have taken on an incredibly similar language set. And 3, if it's not blatantly apparent already, there's not exactly an enforcement mechanism behind this thing. Nobody's going to come beat down doors. This council, this mayor, planning and zoning, police department, code enforcement, this is a harkening back to some of these previous resolutions. Here, let me try and get this back. I think it's stuck, unfortunately. In the 1980s and 90s, when these topics came up, I'll read one here. Mayor Olds stated that pumping over 5 million gallons of water a day, or normal, is about 2.5 million gallons a day. Last year, when we asked people to observe alternate day watering, they were really good about it. Mayor Olds asked the press to advertise the fact that the city is requesting voluntary alternate day watering during this peak hot season. I found this document today with the help of our assistant clerk, and she was fantastic in tracking this down in our old system. And the intent of this resolution is to be good neighbors, to be water conscious, and start looking at this as a serious topic rather than, something that we talked about in grocery store aisles and nothing ever gets done. We have things within our capacity to get done, and I've presented a few of those today, and I think we'll stay on that schedule as I present those future items. So with that, I will make a motion to table this until the next council meeting.
There's been a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
There's been a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Sanders.
I would see value added to go ahead as we're looking back on the track and go ahead and perhaps have this published as a volunteer request as we work through it, get it set up. I think a lot of people are very much aware of it. I also believe that I have lived through several previous times in my 30 plus years here that I've seen this type of method used when things got dire. I'm also very aware with recent events we've had recently that's really put a point on the ability for the city, and this is one of my concerns with it, is to have the capacity for emergency reserves when we need them. And at the level we're operating right now, that is not super aggressive concern in my mind, but it still gets back there. When we've had folks come to our council since I've sat in this chair and talk about instances where in fire response, they weren't seeing the level of pressure they thought they should be, and we had to have that investigated. So with current events, giving us examples, I would recommend, and this is just a recommendation, not a motion, that city administration take what this is about, the alternate day watering schedule, and ask for voluntary support as we hash through the rest of this, the stuff you're bringing. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilman, in motion and second, any further discussion?
Mayor,
Councilwoman Workla.
why are we cutting the meeting short? We have to stop at 9?
No, I extended it to 11 p.m. You have 2 more hours.
No, it's because of so much of a public outcry on this. I think they deserve to hear stances on this. And so that's why I will not approve of tabling it. I want to just knock some of this out tonight.
Yeah. Mayor, just quickly so that it transfers. The Teams was set up for 9 o'clock end time. So I've just changed it to 11. So people don't think I'm trying to rush you out the door. I'm not.
Councilman, Councilman, Councilman McCarthy.
I think it can go without saying that this definitely got some public notice, right, wrong, and indifferent. And I appreciate Councilwoman Workman's comments because I do agree. And I think for me, it's one of those I want to make it very clear that I think it's a very big request to ask our residents, and I'd like to see what we're doing here in the city to cut back our water and not have pictures from April of the parks being watered. And quite frankly, I'm kind of sitting here going, if I take myself out of this chair, I'm going, well, I didn't turn my sprinklers on until mid-May, but the city was watering parks in April. Yet we have a resolution here that's talking about putting it on the residents. And I don't think that's fair. I really don't. And I hate that this is being tabled because I do truly think that we should be discussing it, because when I look at that presentation I think it's backwards. We should be talking about a parks facility master plan first. We are coming up in budget season. Why not be good stewards, as you say, Councilman Harjo, and lead the way as the city and say, this is what we're doing? Because quite frankly, I don't know. And I think we need to have those open conversations here before we push out a resolution to make residents curtail their water. So,
Mayor,
I am not for tabling this because, again, I'm not in support of this when I want to see what we're doing here and what's our comprehensive plan as a city to show that we are leading the way in water conservation. So, as someone who was born and raised in Idaho, I remember the 90s when we did have severe drought. And it's not something fun, but we need to lead the way and not just put it on the residents and think that have at it. So, that's all I know.
Councilman Harjo.
motion to table. The intent behind it is to allow this council and allow our citizenry to have the opportunity to see the remainder of what a larger plan could look like. And that master parks plan, Councilman Brennan, or Councilman McCarthy, does not happen overnight, and it does require funding. And these departments have worked for months to prepare for us what will be presented in a few short weeks. It is not only unrealistic at this point for that to happen, but frankly, the skipping over of what the rest of those initiatives are and devaluing that is also somewhat troubling, because if you'll remember in that, the next few council meetings here will have significant change proposals that the city, we the council, have the power to affect now, to deliberate and to decide about our potable water being used outside of our community comes by an ordinance that does not happen overnight. These are matters that every single one of these things could be happening concurrently. But frankly, if you want to get confrontational about it, I don't see anybody else putting any ideas up on this board yet.
Motion in a second.
I'm waiting on Councilman Harjo. We're in discussion.
No motion to table stands.
Councilman McCarthy.
I don't understand why it's me being confrontational when I'm saying, why are we not leading the way on this, where, again, it's one of these of, well, where was the planning in the advance, and why weren't we looking at this as a city all these months ago? Now it's an emergency, and we want the residents to cut back on their water use and that, and I'm sitting here going, well, you know, lack of planning, quite frankly, does not constitute emergency. Yes, we have water issues, but again, it's one of these of, why are we asking the residents when we should be putting the foot forward and going on that? So I'm really cautious and really hesitant, because I feel that this is the same thing of when I sat out there before being elected, of being proposed of city using outright permit use for their city land, and now I'm going, well, are we just playing this over and over again? So.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Please say no. All right. I'll call for the question. Councilman Harjo. Councilman Workla.
Nay.
Councilman McCarthy. Nay. Councilman Sanders.
Aye.
So before I vote, anybody got snacks?
I got bubble gum.
So for my own clarity, you two want to discuss the resolution tonight, right? Is that what I'm getting, Councilwoman?
Leah,
Yes, ma'am.
if you end up voting so where we can't discuss it tonight, my final comments will probably be about 10 minutes long, okay? Because people are telling me I need to be recalled because they think I'm on board with this just because my name's tied to council, okay? I'm not on board with this. I'm on board with everything you put on there except the order of it, okay? So again, so that's why. So my final comments will go for, so I might as well just discuss it, is my opinion.
Councilman McCarthy.
my ask is that, quite frankly, to make a point that I'm not in favor of this and I want it denied, so that we move forward with working towards what the city can do, and then come to the residents and say, this is what we've done. Now join us, please. That's why I've asked. I voted nay.
I'll vote nay. Let's hear it. Let's hear it.
Mayor?
We got time.
Mayor?
Councilman.
If this is where we're going to go, then I'll take the floor back.
Okay.
There's a specific reason that the request to table happened tonight was because the entirety of this presentation that I got done here at 3:53 p.m. is brand new to the council, where you had all week or all weekend since Friday to absorb the resolution in and of itself. And I will take full responsibility for the fact that I published that without even so much as a cover letter. But I also published that to city staff at like 1 o'clock in the morning on Thursday, well, Friday morning, I guess you could say, because this is an urgent thing. This is an emergency. The governor of the state of Idaho and the director of Idaho Department of Water Resources have already defined this as a statewide drought emergency. So this isn't Scott Harjo creating a false emergency out of nowhere as it's like performatively being presented here. That's nonsense. The fact that Councilman McCarthy, your response here is more attuned to performance tonight is kind of strange, because I have an action plan together of things that have never been discussed for this city, not ever once. And I bring it forward after hearing from our citizenry. We need some action somewhere. We should be water wise. We should be doing these things. And yet, I bring it forward. And frankly, like, you're just ready to go, well, I'm going to shoot holes in it and tear it up. Great. Shoot holes in it and tear it up. But be a part of the solution rather than a part of the problem. Because when you sit there and make an accusation like, well, you just brought this together and it's your emergency, it's not my emergency. This is all of our emergency. Every single one of us that lives in this community, we know for a fact that we exist on a perched aquifer. We know for a fact that we have water decline in our static water levels. These dates put it in front of you, this council, and everybody out here in the community to say, I will kickstart this thing and start working on the common sense factors of reducing potable water usage for dust mitigation, especially that outside of our community, because that is what the people deserve. Addressing bulk water fees. This council has turned down a number of fees. This one is one that should stand alone in and of itself, because typically bulk water is used extraterritorially. That is a progressive measure that benefits the city of Mountain Home fee payers that own our water infrastructure. That protects our citizens in protecting our water infrastructure. Full stop. Every one of these measures looks at the citizenry and our neighbors in the county and doing what we can in conjunction with the Elmore County Board of Commissioners and their efforts for the Regional Aquifer Sustainability Program to reduce our deficit through all reasonable measures. And these are not unreasonable measures. Yeah. To put this on the city residents, I could change a half a dozen words in there and get right back to what Mayor Olds from 1980 discusses as a request of the citizenry. And maybe that's what should happen, rather than a declarative resolution. We all know, because we've sat in this room, and resolutions rarely have teeth, but it is represented in law as a desire of the council and a position of the council. If you want to take these and tear them up, great. I'm going to keep working on the real things while we search for more answers. And those answers, in part, lie on these slides.
Councilman Harder, we're not saying you're wrong. Okay, at least I'm not saying you're wrong. I just think it's the order of it. Like, the citizen should always be the last person that is asked by a government entity to do something on their own private property. And so I'm just going to read an email that Nicholas Champion sent. There's a paragraph that I got a lot of emails. And this one, I need to give him credit for this. I believe the city should first assess its own water consumption, identify opportunities for meaningful reductions, and implement those measures before asking residents to bear additional restrictions. Demonstrating leadership through proactive water management would help build public trust and show that conservation efforts are being shared fairly across all users. So again, I know you do your research, and so I'm not saying your research is incorrect. It's just you don't create a resolution for your number one take place June 9th, and then as a city, we're going to look into it. Because if that's the case, I'm going to tell you right now, that golf course is going to burn, all the parks are going to burn, your splash pad is not going to be in operation, and any Parks and Rec water splash and dash will be canceled. Okay? That happens first before we go after the citizen. And you're right, resolutions don't hold too. But I do want to say one thing too. Why create extra red tape if we can't enforce it? Okay? So are we going to get our code enforcers up at 3, 4 in the morning walking around to see if they're turned on the right day or not? Right? And I'll tell you another thing is that I love my garden. And so I will water extra on the days that I'm assigned to water. And so again, if there is no way to really enforce this, why create that extra red tape? And I just think with the citizen outcry that we had with the last 2 days or 3 days, I don't think any citizen said, no, we don't live in a desert. I think they all realize we live in an arid desert area, and that, yes, we as a government need to lead by example first. And then when all those measures have been exhausted, we can maybe ask the citizen.
I don't disagree with you, Councilwoman Workman. Truly, I largely don't disagree with you. I do want to reiterate that more than one thing can be true at the same time. All of these things are going to take time. Even if we knock it out of the park, get ordinance language right the first time, we still have time that we have to officially publicly notice, adopt the ordinance, read the 3 reading rule or waive the 3 reading rule, and all of those administrative procedures, right? So the concept here is that, and I think what's stuck in some people's craws, this is the first thing we're going to lead with. Sure. That was the first of many things. And if that gets shot down, great. If that's the desire of this council, fine. I will accept that for what it is. But it will not stop me from moving on to the ordinance changes that protect the people's water and ensure water for the future of every resident in our surrounding community, and including those residents of the city of Mountain Home. There's also another fact in there in some of these emails. We're going to discuss emails that come in about this topic, that specifically target things like high-density housing. But I'd like to share a couple of points about high-density housing that were, for lack of a better term, forced upon all cities in Idaho in our last legislative session. We have several Senate bills from 2026 that force the hand of cities to accept accessory dwelling units as a right of property owners. Now, how that ties back to water, if every house on the street builds an ADU, none of the capacity of the infrastructure on that street was designed for that much usage, whether that's on the water or the wastewater side. So that creates problems, not only in promoting density, creating new legislation out of nowhere, which in one email that I got was very specific about not adhering to conservative values. That legislation from, I think it was Senate Bill 13, oh gosh, let's see if I can find, because I started a separate presentation on what we have to do to adjust our comp plan to abide by these laws. So Senate Bill 1352 attaches chapter entitled 67, 65, 41. It creates a new section of government legislation that never existed before. It requires high-density housing in tiny lots that will exist at 1,500 square feet or less, and completely sidesteps any conformance to local land use and planning code that cities get to adopt. There's little to no consideration for the municipal impacts, the burdened infrastructure, or the fiscal responsibility of those things. Again, Senate Bill 1354, just a couple short bills away, requires city to accept high-density ADUs by right, removes the planning and local governance authority. Little to no consideration for municipal impacts, burdened infrastructure, and requires major comprehensive plan and code updates with no funding allocation from the state to the cities and municipalities that have to abide by that law. So again, we have things that are prescribed upon us at the state legislature level that affect our infrastructure here. When we talk about and receive these emails, as we all have throughout the years, about like, city needs to stop building high density, we are not forced to accept high density, which means we have more concentrated, burdened infrastructure than we ever will have had before in existing infrastructure. So yeah, we have bigger problems, and this touches on that as well. And it's incredibly frustrating to receive an email like that without addressing it, in the sense that we have to deal with these things. We have to adopt this. And it will affect every one of our water and wastewater infrastructure. It will affect the perception that the city of Mountain Home is welcoming only high-density housing, but this forces it down our throat and creates new government. These are all incredibly lengthy and difficult discussions to have. And water is one that, on those slides I presented, we can fix some of these things literally in the coming weeks. But we have to also be open-minded that is what not only the citizenry has called for clearly over the last few days, but what is right for every single resident of this city. It's their water. It is their infrastructure. It does not belong 20 miles down the road somewhere mitigating dust. It belongs here for our use. So yeah, I am perfectly willing to accept the mindset of government works first, but also understand that like sometimes our hands are tied.
Yeah. So we created a resolution, Chris. It was March last year, regarding the fee to pump from the wells. Okay. Again, that's on government to put that restriction on that you're talking about, right? We can revise that. What is it? Was it as a resolution? Okay, thank you. So we can revise that. Again, that's on us. Okay. So that's where I feel like you brought up a good point about how we say they can pump and then it goes out and it's just dust abatement. Who knows where, right? California, who knows where? But that's on us. We need to look at that. We probably need to revise that.
So, Mayor,
Councilman Harjo.
that will be on the next agenda, I promise you that.
Okay. How much? Where am I at the one? Chris, you sent me an email. Thank you so much. You're very good at communicating. How many gallons of water was it? It was over 4 million gallons of water in the month of May that was pumped from our wells.
For bulk water,
Bulk
specifically.
Bulk
If
water.
you compare that, the residential usage for the month of May was 26 million.
Okay. Thank you, Chris.
Sorry, I'm trying to unpack a lot of that. I guess my thing is, again, what I didn't hear is what are we doing as a city to lead the way? I don't see how it's so difficult to go, yep, these are our parks, this is how much water we use, we can look at cutting back here, yep, the golf course, all these things. This is what our constituents, the emails we've reached out, was asking about how we're cutting the water. So that's all I heard was high density housing, new developments coming, everything out here, residents. And I'm going, but we're missing a piece where we could do this pretty much in a couple of weeks. We don't have to do this whole master plan or a couple of months in that. So that's something you can do now. But again, I'm very, very cautious because it sounds like it's more, we'll get to it, and hopefully residents. If the idea is to put out a resolution to ask them and the residents in the mountain home to follow it, but yet there's no teeth behind it, well, aren't we creating a bureaucracy for bureaucracy's sake then? And red tape, as Councilwoman Workla brought up? I think it would be probably, from talking to constituents and the public, it would have been taken a lot better if we'd have come back and said, this is what we used in parks, here's our historical data, we're cutting back this much, oh, by the way, we're asking you now to do it. That's all the operation that I'm saying here. Don't disagree that we're in the drought. I understand that. We live in the desert. Yep, 100% agree. But again, it's the operations of, I'm not going to sit here and ask the residents to do something when we're not doing it ourselves currently, and we'll get down to it eventually down the line, just like we're doing with the golf course right now. So,
yes, ma'am.
Ms. Thorn's out there. How do you know the Parks Department or the golf course haven't already cut back water?
I talked to Mayor.
Councilwoman Workla.
I spoke with Jake. I asked that question. I said, Jake, please break down to me how it's funded, how it's irrigated. I have no idea. And he says that they use the irrigation canals up until probably going to be around 4th of July, and then it will run out, and then they'll have to tap into city water.
Mayor. Hang on one second. And then also, Jake did a turf reduction of about a year, maybe 2 or 3 years ago, and then we also spent quite a bit of money on revamping his irrigation system for more efficiency heads, so there wasn't so much overspray. So the city of Mount Home spent a couple $100,000 just on the irrigation system. Well, obviously spent $311,000, $297, whatever it was. But what Jake has been able to do at the golf course is he did do turf reduction a few years ago because of the water and then the sprinklers. The parks, what they do, and this is just me throwing out some what I can remember, is on we have a ton of park programs, so they don't even water for maybe 2 or 3 days on some of those. There are so I did tell Miguel, hey, please, because I got smoked on social media about this whole resolution, and I didn't even put it forward. But I was like, hey, Miguel, can you go look at your sprinklers? Can you go double check them? So he's gonna go, like, I guess that's Tiff and Miguel's date night, is they go out and look at the sprinklers, making sure in the last couple.
I guess, I'm sorry to interrupt, Mayor. And I don't mean this disrespectfully to anybody, but to shut the sprinkler system off at Legacy isn't an easy task. It's not your home. It's got several stations, and those stations run to get through the entire park is almost a 12 to 18-hour run. So, like, it's an easy task to be judgmental to say, well, my home yard is a quick shut-off. That's not very easy in our park system, and there's several acreages. And not only that, they're chasing irrigation. And I would encourage anybody, go get in the pickup and dig up a sprinkler with those guys. Because it's hard work, and they're chasing them all day, every day. So to just assume that they're not conserving, we're not programming them to spray the road, right? So a bike hits it, a kid kicks it, a soccer ball, a lawnmower rolls over it. Things happen. If you see them, call them in, take a picture. We will fix it, I guarantee it. I chase sprinklers all summer long with him. But they are conserving. So to sit up here and say that they haven't, I printed you a report back when you did your first town hall, Councilman McCarthy, when you said we don't meter parks.
Mayor,
We in
point of
fact do.
order.
Hang on a second, hang on, let her finish.
So we in fact do, and I produced that for several years. And they have cut back. But I'm just saying, like, we do meter. Can we do better? Yeah, I could do better as a resident. I love my yard, I love my garden, right? We all do. But it's not today, it's the future. And we have to do it collectively as a team.
Mayor, thank you for that. As you stated in your report, though, you said, I don't know, and all this stuff. So to say that it wasn't metered or anything like that, going back to your report, what I'm asking tonight is, wouldn't it have been beneficial to come and say, this is what we've cut back and everything and how we're doing it? I have the pictures. This is April 2nd and April 1st at Carl Miller, and I'm going, how is this fair that we're watering the park, and I didn't turn my sprinklers on until mid-May, and I just don't see the fairness in that. I agree with you. Let's work together. If it is an issue of, yes, you're cutting back on that information, I would welcome it. That's what it needs to be presented. And I'm not sitting here saying that Parks and I'm asking, what have we done?
No, I agree. And we could definitely give you information we have. I will let the public know as well. Sorry, Mayor. Car Miller, those are handsets. So they're not automated. So we have to go out there every couple of nights. You all know how many events run in that park. And the trees pay a hefty load to that park. So if we don't put water on it, your trees see the problem and your grass. And we only have a short window with all the events that run through it. So they only sometimes irrigate it 2 days a week if they can get water on it. So just in that mindset, like when they set water, typically it's in the evening, and typically they're just running it for the evening time, and then it may not get water on it for several days after. But that's old systems, that Car Miller one is specific.
And the one that's off of, I've also pictured from the one off of Air Base Road right next to, what's the?
You don't have a park on Air Base Road?
No, not Air Base. Off of 15th, over by Canyon Creek there.
Oh, Rosewood?
Rosewood, thank you. Where this picture shows right here, the swell is full because we had that torrential rain in April and the sprinklers were running. So again, this isn't a dig on parks. I know it seems that way. I know probably the city. Decorum,
Hey, let them finish, please.
I understand that. What I'm coming from is, let's have a workshop. How much better would the public have taken this if we had more information and saying, here's the data more, here's where we're going, versus let's put this resolution on and we're going to start cutting residential. And I'm sure, I'd hate to see the police department's going to get all the complaints from people watering and they're not scheduled in that. The buy-in is that we show the information, we show the plan, so then they can come. And I think that's what you're stating, and I agree with that. So please don't take it as this is on the parks. I'm saying the process of this, I don't agree with. And that's what we need to be thinking about when we put these things out there. So, not to get on you, but yeah, that's just one.
Okay, and then lastly, I just want to say something about Legacy. Legacy, like she says, is a big beast. Legacy was put on a gravel pit, and it's a beautiful park. Did they put enough dirt over the gravel? No. So that one, if you let it go for a day or maybe 2, you can see it get cooked real quick. And so that's like on that one that I've told that story to a lot of people, like, oh, well, that makes sense because they didn't put enough soil above the gravel. And so for that one, but other than that, I'll shut up and let you.
Which is, again, sorry.
Go ahead.
Which is in the caveat of, you hear people say there's low spots that are wet. Because it's on gravel and it's a runoff. So then, and it's if we flood, it's going to Legacy. If anyone's ever seen that. So, again, when Councilman Harjo brought this, I think as staff we were like, oh, this is going to blow up. Like, we knew what was happening, right? But look how many people showed up here. You have 112 people watching this meeting live. And it's an important topic on all fronts. So I think regardless, thank you, Councilman Harjo, for throwing the bombshell out there. Because it brought awareness that everyone needs to know. And they need to know, hey, if we're not doing our job and the sprinklers watering the road, reach out. You all have my email. Shoot me a text. Those pictures, that would have been nice on April, because I guarantee we would have got it fixed. Right? Like, it's a 4-man, 5-man department chasing sprinklers. So.
Just go ahead.
Tiffany brought up that Councilman Harjo brought this up. I guess I'm kind of curious. Yeah, usually it takes 3 of us to bring an agenda item or the mayor. So was this solely from Councilman Harjo? And
So I have any council person that usually comes to me and says, I want to add something to the agenda, I've always given the grace of putting something on. Now, if it's something I don't like or I don't agree with, then it takes all 3 of you.
Yeah.
But
how it works out.
But I've always given you guys the grace. So Councilwoman Workla said, hey, I want this on the agenda. I've done that. We've got special meetings. We always do that. And because you all elected officials, just like this guy right here. So you said, hey, I'd like to put on RFPs for the future. I'd be like, okay, I don't have a problem.
Well, Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
if you guys knew it was going to be such a hot topic and blow up.
Well, I didn't know it was going to be a hot topic.
Well, I'm just saying, well, she did. She said that. So it should have probably been our new business as a discussion item with his name tied to it, like it is for every single.
I did say that in my garden. I told the mayor this should have had Harjo's name on it.
Yeah, but not on consent agenda, right? Like new business. But
yeah, I've taken a nice.
And jokingly said that when you came in yesterday. We were like,
okay, I've had 3 resolutions I brought to council in 2.5 years, 2 passed and 1 didn't. I mean, it's just how it works, right?
No.
You don't always.
Yes, sir. Councilman Sanders.
May I speak to the motion?
Yes, sir.
The motion to the table means it's going to come back to see us. Along that time frame, we're likely to see other measures we've been promised we'll see. The issue has been thoroughly presented. And so, that being the case, the motion before us is to set this aside so that we may move ahead with other issues. And the only I know of that's left is getting ready to call this a night. So I'm going to shut up now and say, I would love to close discussion or ask the discussion be closed and we call for the question.
Sure, you did.
So it's been voted. Yeah, I voted with Councilman McCarthy, Councilwoman Workla to have this discussion. Now you guys can vote if you want to move it forward, you want to table it. I think we beat this to death, right?
Mayor.
Councilman McCarthy.
So I appreciate Councilman Sanders with your about the tabling, bring it back, but we've also, this body denied things and it's been brought back too. So my hope is that I will make a motion on it, but my thing is I hope the process goes differently and we have more information so that staff doesn't have to deal with the backlash. You don't have to have a public perception of we're not going to do what we're asking people to do. So with that, I will make a motion. I will make a motion to deny resolution 1926R, adopting seasonal water use and authorizing the mayor and city clerk to sign.
Second.
Motion.
What point of order, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
How can you bring back a motion that's tabled? You'd have to bring it up for reconsideration.
No, we didn't table it yet.
You didn't table it?
No.
So then you do have a motion on the table to table it.
There was a motion to table.
It failed.
And it failed. The motion failed.
It failed without.
No.
Okay.
However, Councilman McCarthy, you don't want to authorize the mayor to sign.
Or the clerk.
I'll amend my motion to not authorize the mayor. Thank you for your grace.
Second.
What number is that one again? 5. All right. Sorry.
It's late.
There's been a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Mayor,
Councilman Harjo.
called for the floor like 5 times and been stepped over, so I'm going to revisit a couple points real quick and then let this all work. Some of the work that's already been done, again, that tile says July 14th, the city facility water use presentation, where we're going to comprehensively look at even some of the things that came to light in the last 24 to 32 hours or so, including one instance where one water meter for the golf facility has not been reporting correctly since 2023. Items that we've already done are going to be and were intended to be on the July 14th presentation. But there's also some pretty significant facts that stand in the face of some of what
fairly baseless conversation around this topic so far, such as parks not being metered. There's pages of park metering data that are out here. The fact that parks don't shut off, well, let's talk about those things, right? So we have a summary of venues, the number of parks in our city. This was going to go on July 14th, but I'll bring it up now. Basque Park, 28 events in that venue. Carl Miller Park in 2025, 151 events in that venue. And an instance there for the July 4th event that took place last year, water was off for 4 days in a row, with the intent of making sure that the event works and balancing smart water use. Legacy Park, 99 events, 1,000 heads for sprinklers in Legacy Park, by the way. Optimus Park, 96 events. Railroad Park, 27 events, where we have 80 to 100 vendors every Saturday morning there. Richard Aguirre Park, minus the pool, 212 instances of booked events there. Ridgecrest Park, Rolling Hills, Rosewood, Stone Tree Park, all in the dozens as well. The watering does alternate at a majority of these courses, at a majority of these facilities, because specifically we can't accomplish it all at once, and by the time we can accomplish it, one of these other events pops up. So there are some comprehensive thought being put behind some of these topics, and there are not enough hours in the day for one person to bring it up, frankly. What interests me here is the fact that not a single one of my fellow council members have volunteered to take on any portion of these or come up with their own ideas for presentation. Not a one.
Mayor?
Let Councilman Harder finish, please.
There are things to accomplish in this city about being more water-wise. Some of them will be seen in front of you on the June 23rd meeting. Planning and zoning will see me on June 16th to accomplish some others. I hope we'll have similar effort elsewhere.
Of all the communication that I had regarding this issue, not one phone call or email said, this is a great idea. Not a single one. So I'm just listening to the citizens and reporting on behalf of them as they elected me to do. Second thing is, the motion did not deny for the city to look into these conservation issues and concerns. This is great that you brought this up, and I think these should be addressed. What died tonight was the resolution, and then that is what needs to be at the very end of your PowerPoint presentation. So again, as we know, resolutions come back. How many times did you bring things back to the table, Mayor, right?
Yeah.
So, anyhow, Councilman Harjo, you do good work, okay? You do, I'm serious. This is not a jab at you. And I actually give you kudos for doing what you do. You're right, we didn't do any of this. Again, this isn't our job to do this. This is the city staff. So you go above and beyond. And again, bring back the resolution about our fees, our fee water resolution. Bulk water, thank you, the bulk water fee resolution.
The resolution was presented to you and tabled with water rates back in February.
Bring it back. Okay, let me just finish. Okay. No, because this is bringing awareness, okay? This is bringing awareness. And so I'm trying to give credit to you, okay? So again, let's just look at some of these issues that you brought up, because they are very good issues. But I stand by my vote on the resolution.
All right. There's been a motion, a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the question. Councilman Harjo. Aye. Councilman Workla. The motion was to not to deny it.
Motion is to deny it?
Yeah.
Aye.
Councilman McCarthy. Aye. Councilman Sanders.
Aye.
Okay. Brenda.
Is it my turn?
I think it's
No, you're on 2. Resolution for
Oh,
establishing utility
jeez.
tap deposit.
All right, new business, action item number 2, deliberation decision regarding resolution 18/2026, R establishing utility tap deposit fee, connect fee, late fee authorizing the mayor and the city clerk to sign. Council, we don't do.
The youth in your
Already done that one.
What?
Where were they going? Hey, we're not done. Stay.
Have fun out here.
I'm gonna go get some snacks.
Council, we want to deal on number 2. These are the tap deposit fee, connection fee,
Mayor.
late fees, all that. Councilman Harjo.
Make a motion to accept resolution 18/2026 R establishing a utility and tap deposit fee, connect fee, late fee, authorizing mayor and city clerk to sign.
Second.
It's been motioned and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. Councilman Sanders.
Aye.
Councilman McCarthy.
Aye.
Councilwoman Worklow.
Aye.
Councilman Harjo.
Aye.
All right, we're gonna run down to open gov or not open gov. Sorry, it is. I have it somewhere. Civic Plus here. Council, good. Come
I
on.
might have to stand during this. I've been sitting a long time.
Oh, here it is. I knew I had it. So, Councilman Harjo.
Memorandum is very clear that this is an incomplete implementation and functionality by the software company. We're within our 90-day window to address this. I'll make a motion to terminate the Civic Plus contract and approve to extend open gov contract.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Yes, Mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
Why? I was curious. I mean,
It was in the memo, but it's not functioning. You're receiving a lot of complaints. The data is not deploying, and the form build out isn't gonna. They're gonna charge us to build out.
okay. Yeah, I was just curious. Thank you.
We're very disappointed.
Yes.
Okay. There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. Councilman Harjo.
Aye.
Councilman Worklow.
Aye.
Councilman McCarthy. Aye. Councilman Sanders.
Aye.
We'll run down to final comments really quick. Councilman Harjo.
It's terrible that everybody left because now's the good time to give kudos to a handful of groups for a handful of reasons. Most recently, Crazy Days was, despite a little bit of planning, unknowns, turned out to be a great event. So I wanted to thank the Chamber of Commerce, the Crazy Days Committee that put on the Crazy Days portion, and all the vendors and stores downtown that helped participate, city staff like Todd Miguel from Parks, Gene, Paul Kane, and the street staff for helping us get blocked off, PD for getting our public safely through an event like that. Those kind of things can't come to fruition without great partnership. So I want to thank the city staff and our community for that one, and one that is a big list, but last time we met on a Tuesday, that night, one of the more significant fire events of our community in recent history happened. I think we are due as a council to address them and thank them. While the majority of that fire did not happen within the city limits, these are our friends and neighbors and spouses and everybody who do work in emergency services. So if I can remember the full list here, Mount Home Fire Department, Mount Home Rural Fire, Elmwood County Sheriff's Department, Mount Home Police Department, Bureau of Land Management, Glens Ferry Fire, Bruno Fire, Grandview Fire, EMS Rescue, Elmwood County Search and Rescue. Am I missing any, Chief?
Idaho State Police.
Idaho State Police. These people acted with incredible, courageous bravery to protect our community. I think perhaps we should look at maybe creating some sort of plaque or memorialization those folks, some of them nearly died, and it's awful. But they survived. We're thankful. I want to see them recognized for the effort they put out. There's a spouse of a friend of mine that got severely injured, and it's a miracle that they survived. So, Mayor, I think I'd like to ask you if we can meet about creating some sort of memorial plaque or some monument to this thing so we can thank our first responders.
Yeah. All right. Anything else? If not, we got executive session. Should only be 5 minutes. Okay, I'm going to give myself 7. Do I have a motion to go into executive session?
Oh, what was it? Hey.
Yes.
Mayor, make a motion to enter executive session pursuant to 74-206-1A.
Motion second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. Councilman McCarthy. Aye. Councilman Workla.
Aye.
Councilman Sanders.
Aye.
Councilman Argo. Motion to executive session.
Good night, sir.
Good night.